call this Monday, March 14th, 2022 meeting of the Board of Selectmen to order. This open meeting of the board is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of June 16, 2021, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency. All members of the board are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order allows the board to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda, which can be found on our website. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream of this meeting may do so by going to the Northborough Remote Meetings button on the town webpage. You'll find the link there that will take you to the YouTube link. Also posted on our agenda is the link for the YouTube stream, the link for the Zoom webinar, the phone number to call in onto the Zoom webinar by audio only. And this is also being carried by local cable access television government channels, Verizon 30 and Charter 192. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation. Unless such participation is required by law, this meeting will feature public comment. Now I'd like to confirm the connectivity of the board members who are participating in the meeting this evening. Members, when I call your name, please unmute and respond in the affirmative. I am Jason Perot, Chairman. Leslie Rattan, Vice Chair.
Here.
Scott Rogers, Clerk.
Present.
Julianne Hirsch, Member.
Here.
And Kristen Wickstead, Member.
Present.
Thank you. Now I'd like to check the connectivity of staff members participating in our meeting this evening. Staff members, when I call your name, please unmute and respond in the affirmative. Town Administrator John Coder.
Present.
Assistant Town Administrator Becca Meekins.
Present.
Public Works Director Scott Charpentier.
Present.
Police Chief William Liver.
Present.
We also have Lieutenant Brian Griffin.
Present.
And Fire Chief and our Zoom host for the evening, David Parenti.
Present.
Thank you very much. Just to cover the ground rules for the meeting, as chair, I will invite each speaker or applicant on the agenda to make their presentation and speak to their application. Participants will provide their full name. Each speaker will be asked to mute their phone or computer when not speaking. When speaking, please speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate meeting minutes. Those responding will be asked to wait until the floor is yielded to them by the chair. Speakers who wish to respond to the comments of others, please request to do so through the chair. And each vote taken by the board or committee will be conducted by roll call. I will hold the description of how to participate in public comment opportunities until we reach the first one for the evening. And I believe that takes care of our preliminaries and we can proceed with the agenda. First item is the approval of the February 28, 2022 meeting minutes. Do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I move we vote to approve the meeting minutes from February 28th, 2022.
Second.
Moved by Scott Rogers, seconded by Leslie Rattan. Any discussion? Leslie.
Jason, I just have one amendment actually. Under my reports, it's stated there that I attended a regional school committee meeting. It was actually a joint special meeting of the Northborough School Committee and the Southborough School Committee.
Very good. Thank you, Leslie. Members, any other comments? Seeing none, the motion to approve as amended. This is a roll call vote. Kristen Wickstead.
Aye.
Julianne Hirsch.
Aye.
Scott Rogers.
Aye.
Leslie Rattan.
Aye.
And I, Jason Perot, vote aye. Carries unanimously. It's past the hour of 7 p.m. and we have a public hearing to consider a petition as submitted by New Singular Wireless PCS LLC, doing business as AT&T for a grant of location for a small wireless facility on a replacement utility pole near 170 Hudson Street. And
I had a Michael Dolan and he just disappeared. He was the gentleman I was supposed to bring in.
I see him. Let me see if I can Here he is.
Hello, how are you? Can everyone
Hello,
hear me?
Mr. Dolan. Yes, yes, I believe we can. Is it just you, Mr. Dolan? Anyone else with you?
It is just me.
Okay, very good. We have the application that was submitted for this facility at 170 Hudson Street. Would you care to speak to the application?
Sure. So let me introduce myself. My name is Michael Dolan from the law firm of Brown Rudnick in Boston. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, New Singular Wireless, otherwise more commonly known as AT&T. My client has FCC licenses to operate a wireless telecommunications network throughout the country, including here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. AT&T is proposing at the Hudson Street location a small cell antenna installation on a replacement utility pole in order to deal with rapidly increasing demand on its network. The small cell facility will be mounted on a replacement national grid utility pole in the public right-of-way. AT&T engineers targeted this location due to high data demands on its network. What's happening is the existing macro antenna sites that AT&T has, which are the large 8-foot type antennas on the tops of buildings and telecommunications towers and the water towers and the like, are not covering these targeted areas. We have 2 here tonight. And these small cell facilities allow my client to put in a small antenna, which will provide a level of coverage in this area, a much smaller footprint than, let's say, one of the larger macro sites, but sufficiently sizable to cover this gap in coverage they're having right there. The facility consists of a 24.5-inch by long by 14.7 diameter antenna at the top of the replacement utility pole. There's also an equipment cabinet mounted to the pole. That's 44 inches by 21 by 20. That's mounted 12 feet 9 inches above ground. And then there's some fiber optic cables also involved, as well as a electric meter shutoff, which is 8 feet off the ground to the bottom of the shutoff. In short, this site will enable AT&T to handle more data at faster speeds with better and more reliable coverage, which is what our customers in this area of Northborough are demanding. So we're able to meet that need and are respectfully seeking a grant of location tonight for the authority to install this facility on the pole within the right-of-way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dolan. I'd also like to ask, well, I'll note that we have the letter from our town engineer, Fred Litchfield, who's examined the application and has a recommendation to approve with appropriate protections in place with police details while the work is being conducted. Members of the board, would you like to ask any questions? Scott Rogers.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Dolan. Thanks for joining us tonight. A question related to one of the coverage maps, and that it looks like there might be a potential of a 3rd site, if I'm reading that right.
That is correct. There is a third site on Main Street that was contemplated, and that may or may not happen, but it's not part of our applications here tonight.
Okay, that clarifies why I saw three spots on
Thank
the
you.
coverage map. Thank you.
Board members, anything else? Seeing none, I would just like to just make note of some particular items. We did receive a memo submitted by planning board member Amy Paretsky, who was inquiring about the review process. We want to note here that the application for these 2 this evening were received back in December, and there is a 90-day clock attached to that at that submission. And so we're approaching the end of the 90 days, and we'll need to take action on these two petitions here tonight. Also like to note that there are certain FCC regulatory provisions in effect that we're obligated to honor. In particular, there has been some concerns expressed about wireless technologies and potential harmful effects, health effects and everything. Those regulations expressly prohibit us from delaying or denying approval of this on the basis of health considerations, so long as the equipment in the proposal meets all of the regulatory requirements of FCC, Mass Department of Health, et cetera. Those are the only provisions that are required to be honored here. Anything more from members of the board? Julianne Hirsch.
Yeah, so we did get an email from a planning board member about why this is coming before us and not them. And I understand that this is all very new, and since it's the first time, we haven't experienced this before, so I guess this is something we're going to have to figure out at a later date. But to Mr. Dolan, have you seen any of these? Like when these apparatuses are put on the pole, is it kind of a shocking thing? Like, does it look big? Do you blend it into the pole? How does that?
So the antenna itself on the top of the pole is in line and linear with the pole. The equipment box attached to the side is, the closest thing I could correlate it to is a transformer type box that you'd typically see on a utility pole. I'm not so sure anyone would look at this and think it's anything but what we're used to now seeing on certain utility poles. We're, as I said at the outset, we're pleased that we're able to install these on these poles without having to propose new towers and the like for larger antennas, because these are minimally intrusive from an aesthetic standpoint.
Oh, I agree. But you are going to replace the pole, right?
We don't do that. The utility does that.
The utility does that. Okay. And there was, I have to confess, there's a lot of terminology that's new to me. So there was something in it that said that there might be change orders. If there's change orders, does that just happen? Does it come before us again, or?
Any change order relates to the installation of the pole and the movement of the existing antennas and appurtenances to the pole. That's an issue for the utility, and nothing would change our facility. If it were to change at all, we'd have to come back to you for a separate approval. That's more part of the make ready process with the pole. And I believe we're all squared away for that anyway, so that shouldn't be an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Julianne. Leslie, did you have a question?
Yes. So do you feel that these locations appropriately fill the gap as far as what is needed? That they're at convenient locations in terms of the poles, and does it perhaps negate the need to put more elsewhere? Do you feel that this really satisfies the coverage needs?
Yeah, that's a good question. So it's a collaboration at the outset. Let me just say it's a collaboration we have with the utility, where we'll go to them and we'll say, hey, we've got an issue in this particular area. Do you have any poles available to us that we could go on? Because there are certain that they say, nope, you can't go there. We don't get to pick where we go. We give them a general area and then they tell us which pole. But as far as the coverage of our entire network, right now, AT&T is targeting these high areas of need, such as these two proposed sites in Northborough. I can just say by way of example, we've got them right now in Westborough, Marlborough, Southborough, Hopkinton, Worcester, Framingham. We've got them in over almost 70 cities and towns in Massachusetts. Several hundred of them, several hundred have already been permitted and are about to be built. So they are an effective tool to address coverage needs. And in Northborough, I think the plan is that these two and perhaps that third site that Mr. Rogers pointed out could conceivably come into the fold. I'm not sure where that one stands right now, but for now, that's seen as the primary objective for coverage in Northborough. You know, they've got a lot of priority sites, AT&T does throughout the Commonwealth. So is it the last time they might come back? I can't say that. You know, who knows, they may come back again in the future for another site or two. I just don't know. So I don't want to make any statements on that. But for now, this seems to be the targeted locations for Northborough. And, you know, I've been doing this now for almost 3 years, and we're just getting to Northborough. Certain areas of the state get prioritized for different reasons. So, you know, if you get a sense that over 3 years, we've just gotten to these two here, I think it'll give you a feel for what the future looks like over the next 3 or 4 years. Likewise, as far as needs for AT&T in Northborough.
Okay, okay. So these sites have not been picked with the mindset that it's kind of a phased approach to then putting one in at the location that Selectman Rogers mentioned. That's not necessarily the case.
I'm sorry, that's not what?
Necessarily the case.
Yeah, so with these sites, I can't say that Northborough is blanketed with perfect coverage. And I think any of you who have AT&T would probably say, yeah, there are certain areas where it could be better. If and when AT&T gets to those spots to address them, it conceivably could be handled by another small cell site, or there could be a new macro opportunity with a new tower or the like, that it could be achieved that way. But for now, for AT&T's RF needs, these were the primary locations in Northborough where there was a recognized need, and these facilities are designed to address that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
And I'd just like to also note the application includes submission by a independent certified health physicist, Donald Hayes, who does all of the analysis with respect to the electromagnetic field and transmission power and the like to determine a worst case circumstance of exposure, if you want to call it that, and finds that this proposal in the worst case circumstance falls within all of the regulatory requirements and constraints. Anything else from members of the board? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. If you are connected by the Zoom webinar and you wish to be heard on this topic, you can use the webinar facility to raise your hand. I do not see anyone connected by phone. For people who wish to be heard, we will bring you in. We'll first ask you to state your full name and address, and then you will have 3 minutes to ask your question or present your concern. First up, I have Laura Zeiton. Bringing you in, Laura. Hello, Laura. You're muted. Sorry,
Can you
Laura,
hear
still
me?
muted. There you are. Yes,
Sorry.
gotcha. Yep.
Sorry about that. Laura Zeiton, 17 Franklin Circle. I just want to say I'm disappointed that this is the first that we're hearing of this when the application was dated back in December. I've followed cell towers for a long time in Northborough, and I've watched, deliberations take, many, many meetings where we've gone through all of the different, we've looked at aesthetics, we've looked at coverage maps, we've looked at, alternative options like co-locating. I'd like to know why there wasn't more notice, or we could have really figured out what the plan is for these. And I know that in the planning board meetings, when this was going through, they were looking at ways to replace towers by having a layout plan for these antennas. It's something that they've been discussing for years. So I'm just disappointed that we're doing this so quickly. And was co-location even considered? There's the police department tower, it's less than a mile away.
Well, I can't speak to the preference of a police department location compared to what is currently an existing utility pole that will be replaced and enhanced to accommodate this additional wireless transmission unit.
Yeah, I can speak to that from an RF standpoint.
Sure.
That there are no existing structures that would achieve the same coverage that we're desiring here, including at the police station.
Well, I feel like this is really short-sighted, and we didn't have enough time to raise awareness for people to participate in this. And we really have no choice, because with the way these applications work, if we don't approve it within this meeting, then we're stuck with it anyway. So as a board, it would be really helpful if in the future you address these things in a more timely manner so that we can really vet out all the options. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Anyone else? We have Lisa Maselli. Bring you in, Lisa.
Good evening, Jason. Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. Thank you for taking my call. I'm just, I know we're on the first one on Hudson Street at 170. Where is that actually in relationship to while we're looking at the road? Is it closer to Main Street? Is it closer to River Street? What's the actual location of that one?
Yes, Public Works Director Scott Charpentier can answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there's a utility pole currently located in front of the old pump station that is on the downtown side of the aqueduct, opposite of the Assabet Riverside. So it's south side of the aqueduct, west side of the road.
So it's past where the big electrical area is, like past
Right at the end of Allen Street, I think you mean.
yeah,
That would be Allen Street. That would be the other side of the aqueduct. This is on the downtown side of the aqueduct.
oh, so
There's
close.
there's an old pump station adjacent to the aqueduct.
Okay,
The pole is pretty much right in front of that.
okay. And then again, a visual, there's no pictures or anything to what these look like. It's just straight vertical poles. How high up? What's the top of the pole now? 12 feet, 20 feet, 40 feet?
Mr. Dolan, do you want to reply to that?
Sure. Let's see, at Hudson Street, the existing pole, the replacement pole will have a top height of 38 feet 6 inches. The existing pole has a top height of 23 feet 11 inches.
So we have
Yeah.
a building height of 35 feet, is that right? So it's going to be over the building height by a couple of feet.
The pole also carries a lot of other electrical and communications lines, and the requirement for this technology requires it to be displaced 4 feet from those lines. So that accounts for the requirement for the increased height of the pole.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Anyone else from the public who wish to offer comment on this petition? And seeing none, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move we vote to close the public hearing.
Second.
And if I needed to put the particular address, I could.
Public hearing concerning 170 Hudson Street.
There we go.
I have a motion to close the public hearing from Scott Rogers, and I believe a second from Kristen Wickstead.
Yeah.
This is a roll call vote. Kristen Wickstead,
Aye.
Julian Hirsch,
Aye.
Scott Rogers,
Aye.
Leslie Rattan,
Aye.
and I just pro vote aye. Public hearing is closed. Do I have a motion for action by the board?
Just
I
a-
move the board vote to grant a location for and permission to AT&T to construct and maintain telecommunications wires and wireless attachments and this is not a word I know, appurtenances,
Yes.
including
very good.
fiber optic cable, remote nodes, and top-mounted antennas to be attached to a national grid utility pole located at 138 Main Street in Northborough. Is that
Second.
I'm going
the right
to,
address?
I'm going to ask you,
That should
yes,
have been
we
Hudson Street, sorry.
have
Yeah, that's the wrong address, right?
170 Hudson Street. We have the motions,
Yeah.
the language of the motions in the opposite order of the public hearings as
Right,
posted on the
sorry.
agenda. So,
So I just got going.
Motion.
That word threw me.
right. So the motion with respect to 170 Hudson Street in
Yes.
Northborough.
Yeah.
Board members, any further discussion? Julianne Hirsch.
Yeah, so this is maybe to Mr. Charpentier. So this is quite tall, right? This pole, 4 feet above utility lines. So I honestly couldn't figure out today where, so as I'm driving from up Hudson Street from town, is this going to be the first thing I see as I look at the beautiful aqueduct?
No, it's on the left-hand side as you're traveling, in the foreground of the pump building.
So it won't obstruct that visual of the aqueduct and the river.
It's on the opposite side of the road. It's on the left-hand side of Hudson Street as you're
Okay.
That's
exiting.
right. And
as you're exiting back.
if I can even figure out how to do this, I could share my screen and show you the photo on Google Earth, street view of it. Let me see here. Share
Yeah, I
screen.
think that was in our packet. That was helpful, but I'm
No,
just
this,
trying to think.
this is a different view. If
Oh,
you
great.
ready, I'll show you right now.
Sure, please
Do
proceed.
you see that?
Yes.
So the pole right here, that's the one. And then it's shrouded by those trees and there's the aqueduct, so that won't be visually impacting that at all.
The aqueduct is
gonna have
actually
to cut
impacted more
trees?
by the other existing poles on the
Right.
riverside.
Mr. Dolan, are you gonna have to do tree work?
To the extent that there is, well, yes, if the pole, I can't tell from this angle. Let me see if I come down a little further. Let's see. No, it looks like that pole, we should be able to get close. And there may be a little bit of trimming here, but by no means will this tree come down. It's just going to require that extra 10 or 12 feet here that could cause a slight clip to that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Julianne. Board members, any other questions? Seeing none, this is a roll call vote. Kristen Wickstead. I'm sorry, Kristen, you were muted.
Sorry, aye.
Julianne Hirsch,
Aye.
Scott Rogers, Leslie Rattan,
Aye.
And I, Jason Perot, vote aye. Carries unanimously. Now past the hour of 7:05 PM, and we have substantially the same kind of consideration. To consider a petition as submitted by New Singular Wireless PCS LLC, doing business as AT&T for a grant of location for a small wireless facility on a replacement utility pole near 138 Main Street.
Good evening.
Mr. Dolan, yeah, if you could.
Yes, good evening. Michael Dolan again. This, as I mentioned, we have a situation where we have that small gap in coverage that we're hoping to install a small cell facility to address. I've put on my screen here. This is the pole here that we will be looking to attach our facility to. As you can see, I believe there's a funeral home up here, and there are several commercial businesses in that direction. So, whoops. That just gives you a sense of what we're doing. It's the same design. In this situation, the existing pole is 39 feet 3 inches, and we're proposing to go up to 43 feet. So this pole itself is much taller. Most poles are closer to 35 feet. This one, we're just adding a few extra feet.
Essentially just to provide the 4 feet of clearance.
Correct.
Yeah. This is a separate public hearing, but the information is substantially the same for both of these installations, other than the location. We have the same set of documentation and the same report by the certified health physicist. Also the structural elements for load bearing, for the attached equipment, and for wind loads on the pole. Members of the board, do you have any questions or comments you'd like to offer? Sorry, Mr. Dolan, could I ask you to stop sharing?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm making everybody dizzy there. Sorry about that.
Coming off the shifting of the time over the weekend, the motion is contributing to my discomfort.
I was struggling with my mouse pad there a little. I'm sorry.
There you go, no problem.
I'm in a timeout. Let me stop sharing.
Yep.
There we go.
All right, thank you very much. And board members, again, any questions or comments? Julianne?
Okay, so this one I have a little bit more of a problem with. If I'm correct, pole number 30, is that the one we're using, is right at the driveway up to White Cliffs. It is right at a sidewalk. The other one doesn't have a sidewalk running by it, I don't think. And you know, we did vote as a town to try to preserve White Cliffs, and it's seen some sorry days, but I think that adding this in front of it is not going to make it look any better. So when I was down there looking at it, and I don't know if Mr. Dolan would be so kind as to share his screen again, there's a traffic island not far away from that at all. The island where East Main Street turns off. Is there any possibility of putting that pole at a different location, or maybe even across the street where there is no sidewalk? I don't think there's a sidewalk across the street. I mean, is this particular pole the only pole that it can go on?
So I'm gonna share my screen again. I apologize. So that's the pole right there on the right. I don't want to touch it. And
yeah, that's my understanding. Is the town engineer here, or
So that's the
Uh,
pole, and that is the one that, the only one in this area that National Grid has said would be appropriate for our facility.
There's a no talking to National Grid about, not, anything else. Do you see how close it is to the sidewalk? And
Yeah.
how this truly will, it's not
Yeah, so most of the poles we attach to are right next to a sidewalk. It just so happens that the other one was in a more rural area where there wasn't one, but up and down most of the main streets that we locate these, it's right next to a sidewalk.
So you can say with certainty that this is the only pole that we can use.
I can say with certainty that within the search ring we gave them for where we need coverage, this is where they told us to go. And I can only presume that other sites didn't work for them because of a whole host of different things that can be on the pole that prevent there from being the ability to add an AT&T antenna facility.
So if you go down the street towards the police station, there's an intersection to East Main Street. There's a beautiful little island there that has a pole already, which seems, and it's getting farther away from a sidewalk, that cannot be considered. It's just, it's unsuitable.
As I say, I don't know what the reasoning was for that specific pole. I can, as I say, the only thing I can tell you is among all the polls in that area, that was the one, this is the one we were directed to. I do have a colleague of mine who is going to join the call, and I don't know if she is by Zoom or by phone, but Kelly Fay. Kelly, are you on the call? And if so, are you able to weigh in on this?
Mr. Chair, Kelly.
Yep, I got her. Bring Kelly in now. Hello, Kelly Fay, if you could
Hi, can
unmute.
everybody hear me?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
So my name's Kelly. I work for the site acquisition company on behalf of AT&T. I go out there, I walk these sites. I work with the utility companies in choosing the poles. The reason that this pole was chosen among a slew of other, among other issues and whatnot is there's nothing attached to this pole. So a lot of the other poles in the area already have some sort of communications equipment attached to it. They have primary power running in multiple directions. Some poles have risers on them, which is essentially lines that go from underground and up the pole, feeding whatever's on the pole. So unfortunately, this pretty much is the only pole that was approved for our use.
Understood. Thank you very much for that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mr. Dolan, if I could ask you to discontinue sharing. Yep. Thank you. Just need to see all my board members
Sure.
to see who wants to participate. Board members, any other questions? Julianne?
I just, I'm not hearing that this is the only pole that National Grid is willing to consider definitively. Like, we have to eliminate all the others in the area, and I would feel better if I knew that before I voted on this.
Kelly, did you have anything you want to add on that?
I did. I raised my hand. I wasn't sure if I should just jump in or not. We did submit a ton of other polls within this area, And like I said, none of them met their requirements for being allowed to have a small cell antenna placed on it.
Are you
Um,
familiar with the one that Counselor Hirsch is mentioning?
What do you mean?
She had talked about one down near an opening. I'm sorry, could you
So if you share your screen again and go down the street to the intersection at East Main Street, there's an office it's on the same side of the street.
Yep.
There's an office building, and then it's just before a restaurant, Sammy's Restaurant. It's an island there. And also, if you're replacing a pole,
So is this, are you talking about at the intersection of Main and say Maple? Is that?
No, Main and East Main. As it says.
Oh, I see where you're looking. Okay. So again, we did go pretty far down the street. Small cell antennas don't shoot very far, right? So they don't shoot for miles and miles, and they don't cover miles and miles worth of area. They really only cover from 500 to 1,000 feet. So the area that we're given, which is where that pole that we're considering is placed, is kind of the area that needs the most coverage, so to speak. But in looking at where you're talking about at that intersection, it is too far for where we need coverage, but there also aren't any poles down there that meet the requirements of the utility company. So the one pole that is there on the corner has primary power going in multiple directions, and it has tons of lines on it. So unfortunately, that just wouldn't be even considered by National Grid.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, of course.
Thank you, Julianne. Board members, any other questions? Seeing none, again, this is a public hearing. If any member of the audience wishes to be heard, please raise your hand through the Zoom application. I have Laura Zeiton. Laura? Hello, Laura?
Okay, sorry. Laura Zeiton, 17 Franklin Circle. I'm just curious, according to our bylaws, I thought cell antennas and wireless communication facilities go through the planning board. Is there a reason this application is going through the selectmen?
The understanding that we have is that this particular type of equipment is not the same definition as what we otherwise have covered in our zoning bylaw. So it does not require, John, would you care to
Yeah,
clarify
just
that for
the
me, please?
distinction is it's not a the distinction is that it is in the public way. That's the distinction.
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
Well, it's not on private property. It's within the public way.
So then wouldn't the police department tower have gone in front of the selectmen instead of the planning board? Because that's public way as well. And then
It's not.
okay, so probably as a town, this is something we should look at, like as far as our cell tower planning and our antenna planning goes, because a lot of the towns around us have way stricter requirements around these topics. That's all.
Thank you, Laura. Next up, I have Mitch Cohen. Mitch?
Hi, this is Mitch Cohen, 12 Whitney Street. I'm concerned about the specific location here, as it's been discussed a little bit. It's right in front of White Cliffs. I wouldn't expect the applicants to know White Cliffs. I think Mr. Dolan referred to it as possibly a funeral home. It's not. It's a historic property that the town purchased a couple of years ago and is figuring out what to do with. There's an active committee looking into that, and this pole is right on that corner. The pole itself looks like it needs to get replaced. It looks like it's got a supporting pole already, and maybe that's why National Grid is pushing AT&T towards replacing it. My concern is that as the White Cliffs Committee goes along and figures out what to do with this property, it may be necessary to widen the driveway, depending upon what goes in there. It may be necessary or appropriate to move the pole. I think that the board may want to ask the applicant to cooperate a little bit and give the town a little extra time to think through the pole location a little bit more, given the intricacies and specifics of that location. I certainly understand the board is under the gun as to a 90-day requirement. That can certainly be waived by the applicant as long as there's movement towards reaching consensus. And it may turn out in the end, this is really the only way to do it, and the applicant would be willing to move the pole at a later date, or it may make sense to possibly relocate the pole now so it's completely out of the way of White Cliffs. Those are questions that I think are worth discussing. That ends my comment. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. We go as the utility goes. So if the town works out with the utility that this pole needs to be moved, our facility on top of it's going to have to be moved. So what we do is we co-locate on these utility poles. And I've had this before where a city or town may down the road want to widen a sidewalk or, what have you. And if that gets squared away with the utility, we have to play ball however you all agree on that, because we're just along for the ride on this pole. We don't control what happens to it, where it goes. As I say, we put our antenna on top of it. And then if the larger plan for this property somehow involves any change to that pole, well, that's something we have to live with.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan. Next up, I have Bill Pierce.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. William Pierce, 367 Whitney Street. I have from my technology background, I just have a quick question. One of the things we do when we are putting up Wi-Fi is we do a heat map. And I'm wondering if AT&T has done what's called a heat map, which is basically determining in the town where your gaps are before you start putting up any poles or any receivers or anything like that. Has that type of analysis been done? And if so, is that available for the Board of Selectmen to view?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why we're here for this poll. And there are coverage maps attached to our application, which show existing coverage and what our coverage will be like after these proposed installations are installed. We have an RF team that knows exactly where gaps in coverage are in every city and town. And these two locations have been identified, are shown in those coverage maps attached to the application. And then you can see that what coverage is provided by the facilities to address those needs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Next up, I have Lisa Maselli.
Thank you again, Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. The pole in question in this location does pose a problem in a couple of different areas. For quite some time, they've been talking about doing a possible light and such at Brigham and Maple, which is just across the street from that, talking about things that may be happening with traffic and such, because it's in such a obvious location. And yes, because of the fact that the landscape alone, by taking away the visual from the mansion, is going to be pretty apparent, especially at 45 feet. There are two other poles. I mean, there's one right across the street at 130 Main at the corner that doesn't have anything on it. And it might be my suggestion is to wait for approval on this one and see if we can get a better location by some sort of a compromise. And that's my remark. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. Mr. Dolan or Ms. Fay, do you have any response to that suggestion? I think that's been commented on.
I'm sorry, could you clarify what the proposal was there?
The suggestion that there's a pole across the street from this one that, according to the citizen, doesn't have anything on it.
Yeah,
or much on it.
similarly, and Kelly, if you want to weigh in here, do you have any sense as to why the pole across the street was not selected by National Grid?
So the only pole across the street that I currently see looks like it could be potentially sitting on private property. But besides that, it also has a transformer on it, which we cannot attach to poles that have equipment or transformers already on it.
Thank you. Any other member of the public who wishes to be heard? Laura Zeiton.
Laura Zeiton, 17 Franklin Circle. Can we just in the future have more time to prepare for these so that we can at least do a thorough review and evaluation of all the alternatives rather than getting, stuck in situations like this again in the future?
Understood.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, do I have a motion to close the public hearing? Moved by Scott Rogers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved by Scott Rogers, seconded by Leslie Rattan. This is a roll call vote. Kristen Wickstead,
Aye.
Julianne Hirsch,
Aye.
Scott Rogers,
Aye.
Leslie Rattan,
Aye.
and I, Jason Pro, vote aye. Public hearing is closed. Do I have a motion by action for the board?
Mr. Chairman, I have the motion, but I believe that the motion
Agreed. It
might
should be
incorrectly
for-
say 138 Main Street. It is,
Yes. correct,
it's
Julianne.
not. What is the
That's right.
exact address of White Cliffs?
The address of the location of the pole is considered to be 138 Main Street.
But 138 would be across the street, wouldn't it?
I can only speak to what we have in the application and the motion.
I think we should maybe have the correct address. Does anybody know the address of White Cliffs? Let's see.
The Google is saying the address of White Cliffs is 167 Main Street.
Thank you. Thank you,
welcome.
Kelly.
You're welcome.
167, okay. So shouldn't the motion state that address?
Sean, do you have any advice?
Well, I want to hear from the applicant. They're the ones that had submitted 138 Main Street.
Yeah, our application referenced the 138 as well as the assessor's plat and lot in that area. I think there's sufficient information in the plans and all of the materials associated with our application to collectively have identified the location of this pole properly. So if 167 is a easier address for purposes of this vote, that's fine with us. I don't think there's any question as to where this pole was.
Well,
So the pole has its own identification that is unambiguous in this geographical
It has a
area.
pole number as well that's been identified on the plans.
Right.
okay, so I will read the revised motion, okay?
I have no objection. I don't know. The application was for 138 Main Street.
Mr. Chair.
Scott Rogers?
Yeah,
Yes.
since the application includes the poll number, perhaps we could just make the motion that includes the poll number.
That
And
would,
that's
then there's
poll
no
number
ambiguity.
30. Correct?
Yes.
So can I just ask one more question of Mr. Dolan? The pole across the street, I think says 30-1. What, maybe we were talking about that pole? maybe Kelly knows, were we
So-
talking about the right pole?
We are talking about the right pole. Typically, when you see a 30-1, it means it is a supporting pole. So the pole across the street, the one that's kind of sitting on private property that has the transformer on it, that's 30-1. It is more of a guide pole and also a pole that just houses secondary power.
Okay, thank you.
So just to be sure we're referencing the pole, what is the correct pole identification number in the application?
Kelly, that's pole 30, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Julianne, perhaps you could phrase it as National Grid pole 30 in the vicinity of the address.
Perfect.
Which address?
I think we are
138
going,
/ 167.
yeah, sure. I think we're relying on the pole identification as being definitive.
Okay. All right, I'll do my best. Okay, I move the board vote to grant a location for and permission to AT&T to construct and maintain telecommunications wires and wireless attachments and appurtenances, including fiber optic cable, remote nodes, and top-mounted antennas to be attached to a National Grid utility pole number 30 in the vicinity between 138 and 167 Main Street.
Second.
Motion by Julianne Hirsch, seconded by Scott Rogers. Any further discussion? Julianne?
Mr. Dolan, I'm sorry. Do you think that your client would give us a little extra time to figure this out, to correct all of these things and maybe ask the question, is there another pole? What is your feeling about that?
Well, I think we just corrected any ambiguity as to where this pole was. I think anyone looking at this application package, there's a site map, there's photos of it, could easily identify which pole this is. I think you did a masterful job identifying that it's pole 30 in the vicinity of 138 and 167. So I don't think that would be a necessary reason to continue this matter. I think Kelly was able to explain that based on her discussions with the utility, unfortunately, there aren't any other utility poles within this search ring that would address this need. As she mentioned, the coverage typically goes between 500 feet and 1,000 feet in a radius from the pole. And this being kind of almost ground zero of where we need to go, it would have to be a pole essentially within 500 feet or maybe 750 feet. And from what I'm hearing, some of the other alternatives, that have been mentioned aren't within that radius. And if they are, there are reasons why the power lines on them, as well as the other appurtenances, make it so we can't go on those. So, my feeling is, as much as I'd, if I thought that there was a reason why we could go talk to the utility and perhaps there were some unknowns out there that we might be able to address to solve the problem here, it would seem like a good move. But unfortunately, what I'm hearing from Kelly is that in her conversations with National Grid, there is nothing within this search ring. So, I would respectfully say that that would kind of be my client's position on this. I hear where you're coming from, no doubt, but these things do get exhausted pretty thoroughly by the site acquisition company that Kelly works for in consultation with the utility.
Thank you so much. You've been very, very patient with me. And thanks for understanding where we're coming from. And bottom line, people need their internet service. So, that's extremely important, and I understand that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julianne. Leslie?
Thank you very much, Mr. Dolan, for the information. I am satisfied in the need not to continue this issue because you've answered these questions 3 or 4 or 5 times. I feel satisfied that you've done due diligence. There is a need there that I believe you have satisfied the explanation for that. And there are also there are too many what ifs at this point. You know, we don't know what's going to happen with White Cliffs. We don't know what's going to happen with the intersection of Brigham and Maple. Unfortunately, because that is a terrible intersection. I would love it if something happened soon. But anyway, those issues are nothing that's going to be resolved anytime in the near future anyway. So I think there's potentially an evolution to this anyway. And there might have to be some sort of pole movement, but to wait for one of those issues to be resolved is way out into the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Leslie. Any other comments, board members? Seeing none, this is a roll call vote. Kristen Wickstead.
Aye.
Julianne Hirsch.
Aye.
Scott Rogers.
Aye.
Leslie Rutan.
Aye.
And I, Jason Perot, vote aye. Carries unanimously. Mr. Dolan, Ms. Fay, thank you very much. Appreciate your participation this evening.
And thank you all for your very thoughtful consideration. I appreciate it. Good night.
Good
now.
night.
Thank you.
Very good. Past the hour of 7:10 p.m. and we have William Liver, Police Chief, appointment of Melissa Lonergan as police officer.
Evening, Mr. Chair.
Good evening.
Very pleased to be before you tonight to recommend Melissa Lonergan as a patrolman for a police officer for the town of Northborough. She comes to us from District Attorney Early's office, where she worked as a victim witness advocate. And she went to Medway High School. She graduated, obtained a Bachelor of Science degree in Human Services. Pretty much the same thing that we do here. 2 children, ages 5 and 9. And she's also a member of the United States Army Reserve as a behavioral health specialist. And she will be the first female police officer that the town has hired in over 22 years. Not the first, but in a long, long time. And I hope she's the first of many more to come. That was a goal that we set 6 years ago, and I'm glad to see that come to fruition. Very excited to have her come on board. She has passed all of her entry requirements, psychological evaluation, medical screenings, PAT testing, and she's ready to go. Today, she was at the academy doing her pre-assessment testing. So I'm asking that she be appointed for April 1st of this year, as she will be attending the academy up in Haverhill starting April, I want to say 19th, I believe, whatever that Tuesday is. It's the Tuesday after Patriots Day. So Melissa is on with us, and I know she's been sitting here waiting for a while. I told her there was going to be some items before us, and I know she wanted to have her children with us. So I'm seeing one. She has 5 and 9. So I'm wondering if the 5-year-old maybe went to bed, or is okay. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, I would present Melissa Lonergan to you for consideration as a full-time police officer to be appointed this evening, effective April 1st.
Thank you very much, Chief. Welcome, Melissa. Glad to have you here this evening, and certainly very glad to have you joining the force here in Northborough. Would you like to offer any words or introduce us?
Hi, everybody. Melissa Lonergan, grateful to be here. Thank you to all the selectmen and the Chief Liver, Lieutenant Karen, the department overall, who have been so helpful and welcoming to me. I'm really excited and eager to be a part of this great community of Northborough and, break barriers and blaze a path for females in the future that, police officers look like me too. And I'm really eager to get going. So thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Members of the board, would you care to offer any comments? Leslie.
Hi, Melissa. Welcome. Thank you for being here in our meeting, and welcome to both of your kids. That's very nice that they're both there with you. I'm sure they're very proud of you. And I just want to say how wonderful it was to interview you. I was glad that I had the opportunity to be in on the interview sessions, and you were a very impressive candidate, and nothing but wonderful things to say about you and your background. You've obviously done so many things with your life that indicate that you're a knowledgeable, professional, motivated, and dedicated individual. So we're very proud that you wanted to come to Northborough and serve our community. Our community has a wonderful police department, takes a lot of pride in their job and keeps us all safe. And we're glad that you are here to join their ranks. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. And thank you to your kids for being here.
Other board members? Scott Rogers.
Yeah, hi, Melissa. Just want to welcome you as well. And thanks for coming to Northborough. We look forward to seeing you on the streets.
If there's nothing more, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to appoint Melissa Lonergan to the Northborough Police Department as a full-time police officer effective April 1st, 2022.
Second.
Moved by Leslie Rattan, seconded by Julianne Hirsch. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this is a roll call vote. Kristen Wickstead.
Aye.
Julianne Hirsch.
Aye.
Scott Rogers.
Aye.
Leslie Rattan.
Aye.
And I, Jason Perot, vote aye. Carries unanimously. And so congratulations, Melissa.
Welcome.
I might just add, Mr. Chair.
Yes, by all means, Chief.
Just like to thank Assistant Town Administrator Becca Meekins and Town Moderator Fred George, who's become a fixture on our interviewing committees. So great thanks to them for the good work that they do. And
Wonderful.
Congratulations again to Melissa.
Congratulations.
Great.
And welcome.
Thank you all.
Thanks to the kids for staying up and being
Yeah.
patient.
Thank you.
Okay, good night now. Superb. Next, past the hour of 7:20 p.m., we have Fred George, Town Moderator, discussion in consultation with the board regarding the date, time, and location of annual town meeting. And there you are, Fred. Good evening, Fred.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
How are you this evening?
I am outstanding.
Yeah. As you know, we last 2 years, due to the COVID circumstance, we had moved town meeting to an outdoor venue on the ARHS football field. As we approach our town meeting date at the end of April, once again, giving some consideration to the current circumstances and options that we might consider for where and when to hold town meeting. So we just invite you to perhaps offer whatever perspectives you have in mind at the moment. There's some conversation this evening, not necessarily any requirement to take any action. We can wait it out a little bit and see how things develop, but be certainly interested in hearing your perspective, Fred.
Well, certainly, as we all know, the location and timing of the town meeting is at the pleasure of the Board of Selectmen. And as moderator, my responsibility is to manage the meeting once it has been assigned and determine when it takes place. That being said, we've had a couple of years of excitement and challenge and, you know, the opportunity to really determine when we could have a safe town meeting. And from my perspective, I think we did a great job. The weather didn't always cooperate. We were nearly blown away last year. And the year before, we were nearly, you know, suffocated by the heat. So the outdoor meetings have been successful in one particular way, and that is it gave people the opportunity to have the social distance that they felt they needed to have. Now we're talking about the opportunity to look at either having returning back to, Algonquin and the auditorium and having that opportunity to be there, or continuing with an outdoor type of program. And from my perspective, I think both have their merits. And I'm going to defer to this illustrious board to make the, you're not going to put this on me, okay? Illustrious board to determine what makes sense as far as what's going on. And remembering that we are considering the population of Northborough that tends to attend the town meeting, and the number of people who attend those town meetings as well. I think those are the key components that would be worthy of consideration.
Thank you, Fred. Members of the board, would you care to offer any outlook or perspective at this time? Kristen?
So are we just considering either doing the Monday night, I think it's the 25th, whatever. The Monday night that is scheduled for right now in the Algonquin auditorium, or if we switch it to the Saturday morning, does it have to be outside, or could we still do it inside on the Saturday morning? Is that an option?
So if I may, Mr. Chairman, so
Sure.
our town meeting, our timing of our town meeting is based on a bylaw. So town meeting is the fourth Monday. That's it. You have the board has the ability under statute to change it for emergency or public health reasons. As you know, on the town meeting warrant this year, there is a proposal to move town meeting to Saturday. But the only reason to move it from inside the auditorium to outside would be for public health purposes. So it doesn't make any sense in that regard to move it inside on a Saturday. So the only reason to move it away from what is prescribed in the bylaw, and there's a specific process and a vote that would need to take place in order to do that, would be outside because you feel it is unsafe in a public health emergency not to have it outside. The other piece, just so that folks understand too, is in order to hold the town meeting outside, I think we did a great job the last 2 years, but it is an added expense of somewhere around $10,000 to $12,000 for the chair rentals, the overtime, the porta potties, the tents that don't blow away, all of that stuff. So having it outside is an expense. But really, the decision that to be made tonight is not for because you'd like it or for convenience. Is it safe to go back to where we hold town meeting when we hold town meeting in accordance with the bylaw, or is it not?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think I got a little mixed up because I did read the warrant and that piece on the warrant. So
Yeah,
okay.
so there's a citizens petition to move town meeting to
Right.
Saturday,
That's
which would be
separate.
Saturday in the auditorium, but that would be how you would move it. You wouldn't
Yeah.
just decide to move it. Only because we have our town meeting is based in the town's bylaws. So
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Kristen. You didn't want to offer anything more in terms of considerations that would affect our decision? We're just clarifying the option.
Yeah, so I think I would like to hear from people. There's a lot of people at the meeting tonight, or at least there have been. So I hope people speak up about this if they have a strong opinion one way or the other. Would like to hear from residents. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Kristen. Yeah, it was a race. I'm going to go with Julianne Hirsch.
Okay, so I have 3 things to say. One is I would like to hear from the health agent and her recommendation. 2 is the last time we had to decide on this, we had a dedicated email address, I think, where people could write to us and express their concerns and preferences. And I thought that went very well. So we had at least some sort of feedback about this. And the third thing is the cost. When you, this is to the town administrator, when you say it's a certain amount of money. Is that over and above the usual cost, or, and could that money come out of ARPA or COVID relief?
There is no COVID relief anymore, so it would come out, it would have to come out of ARPA funding if we wanted to do it.
And what was the, I'm sorry, I missed, so it's, you mentioned a figure, was it $12,000?
It's $10,000 to $12,000, yes. Immediately out of the gate is about $6,000 or $7,000 of expense, just because of the equipment that needs to be rented outside. We always have a couple of police officers that are there, but when we have it outside, we typically have some fire personnel and ambulance by, and but it's really the chairs, the sound system, the tent rental, the porta potties, and then the additional staff to manage the safety of the crowd, to direct traffic, and to get people in and out of the football field area safely.
So you're saying $12,000 above the usual 6 or 7?
No, I'm saying it costs about, I looked at some figures earlier. It's about 10 to 12,000. The only thing that we would normally have for an expense over there would be typically a custodial cleaning fee, and usually the police department will have a couple of officers there. But
Okay,
I'm not
so
sure
it's
that,
really $4,000 to $6,000 more than we budgeted for.
no, it's about 10 to 12,000.
More than we budgeted.
Yeah.
John, I think the question is, what does it cost us if we just have our regular indoor Monday night?
Yeah, no, I
ARHs?
get that. And typically, I don't think we pay, the police chief typically has a couple of officers that are just there. So it's really a cleaning fee to be there, which is a few $100s. So being in the auditorium is little to any expense at all. Being outside requires the additional staff to direct the traffic. DPW has to be there to set up, to put up the cones. We have to rent all the equipment. So the delta is probably about 10 grand.
And it does sound like this would be ARPA appropriate, even be well appropriate funds, right?
But you could use ARPA funding to move town meeting if you felt it was for the public
Okay.
health.
All right. So those are my 3 things. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Julia. Scott Rogers, I think you had a hand up earlier.
So yeah, since the impetus to move town meeting would be due to public health, I was wondering if we had any input from either DPH or the Board of Health or our health agent on where trends are in terms of COVID and what's likely to be forecasted. I know that's hard to do it as we get into April, but
sure.
But if there was any information on that.
Well, our health agent is, not to put her on the spot here,
Yeah, that's not fair.
she is here in the audience, but she's not going to tell you what you need to do, but she certainly can tell you the status of any CDC guidelines or recommendations in terms of masking and that sort of thing. And I'm sure she has a sense of what the current caseload looks like. So she's queued up there, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry,
When a promoter or just allow her to speak.
you can promote her. Yeah, sure.
Her way
He
in.
deserves a promotion.
Oh, I'm sorry, up at the top there. Kristen Black, the health agent. Sorry, Kristen, I lost you in the list there because you had your hand up and bumped to the top of the list. You just vanished out from under me.
Okay. No, good evening, everyone. I want to take the same path as our moderator and say, we've been making rules for so long. Can I kick it back at you guys? But no, in all seriousness, it's really, this is a difficult situation and we've been closely following, what other towns are doing. So regarding COVID rules, there's really no rules per se. There are some CDC general guidance around larger gatherings and things along those lines, but the Mass Department of Public Health has not put out anything specific to really guide local boards of health in these guidelines. So, and that's in, stark contrast to the last 2 years. So we really are on uncharted territory. It's really open. I can speak to our numbers. The Board of Selectmen, I believe John's forwarding the, weekly dashboard from the epidemiologist every week. And we are so excited to see, I'm just pulling up on our website here, our most recent, percent positivity has dropped below 2%, which is really, great to see. And remember that number we used to sort of think about as our trigger was a 5% test positivity rate of really where we were thinking we were in a higher risk zone. So I think we're in a good place. And so I really think it's up to the board, and we are seeing more indoor gatherings. Our high school is gathering indoors, and masks aren't even required, in some of those settings. So I think, we are excited to see a bit of this return to normal. We're doing well. We were at a very different place last year where we didn't have boosters, we didn't have treatment, there are hospitals overloaded. So that's why we're not seeing that guidance from the Mass Department of Public Health right now that is telling us to make specific accommodations at town meeting for COVID-19. Some creative ideas that I've heard from other communities, like talking with the health director in Westboro, they are making a mask only area. So for individuals who may feel they're immunocompromised, there's more social distancing and masks are required in particular section of that indoor auditorium. I thought that was a great idea. And I think there should be some consideration of making places or areas a little safer for people who may be immunocompromised. We definitely will have enough masks to offer KN95s for anyone who were to attend this meeting if they prefer to wear it, but those additional restrictions are really left to the board. So I'm sorry, I'm not giving you a straightforward, easy answer of this is what you should do. We're just not getting that guidance from above. And the indication is it's not required at this time, but I think there's simple things we can do like we've always done as a town, having hand sanitizer available or encouraging that. It is a large venue, it best. And so hopefully there is the opportunity for individuals to socially distance and we can do other practices, but maybe accommodations if the board were to choose to hold it in this indoor setting, to have maybe a mask required seating area to make it more comfortable for certain individuals. And obviously at the high school, we have great HVAC and other considerations like that. So hopefully it's a better situation than other indoor settings for other communities. So that's all I have.
Great. Thank you very much, Kristen. I appreciate that clarification and mentioning some of those options as well. I think perhaps for many of us, we may be feeling that the circumstances are right for us to begin to return to in-person activity. There may be some members of the community who still feel from immunocompromised or health perspective or something like that, they would like a little more protection. And so you have this balance to strike between what works well and what accommodations may need to be made. Leslie, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Kristen, for being on the call here. Thank you for that information. And I think I like that idea a lot, having a mask only area if we do end up holding this inside. What I'm wondering is if we do hold it inside and the indoor auditorium is filled to capacity or as much as we think that it is good, could something be set up in either one of the classrooms or in the lobby behind the auditorium so that the mask only area could be in one of those locations, as opposed to having the mask only area being, all of a sudden pinched down to a small corner of the auditorium where those people feel uncomfortable because it's just too crowded in there. So I just wanted to throw that out there as far as the table goes, to see if there's something that can be done to accommodate another spot in the building if needed. Also, I wanted to ask, this is on our agenda, but I'm not sure what we're expected to do at this point. Are you hoping for a consensus as far as what should happen as far as town meeting? Is it just to get the information out there, and what would be the next, and when would be the next action that we would need to take? And my third question is, if there are changes, let's say 2 weeks before town meeting, and all of a sudden there's some sort of surge of something, what would be the protocol that we would follow to reschedule?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions. I could take a couple of them if the chairman would like me to.
Sure,
first of all,
ahead,
if you can always, under the emergency provisions, postpone or move town meeting for the public safety. So if something changes radically, like we had done in the previous, 2 years. We actually posted our warrant to be in the auditorium and then held a meeting and took the proper votes and notifications to move it to outside. So if that were to happen, you have that option. In terms of timing, you're going to post the warrant at your next meeting on March 28th. So we need to know where it is. It's a much more complicated process if you post the warrant and then change the venue and the time. You have to go through a process of notification, notifying everybody. Whereas on the front end here, there's still a process of notification. But if it avoids confusion if you know what you're doing when you close and post the warrant, and then the intent should be that's the time, the location, and the venue, unless there's a public emergency to tell you otherwise. So, but you could, as far as your agenda posting this evening, you can make the decision tonight. I drafted the agenda. If everybody had a clear sense of what they wanted to do, you could make that decision this evening. But you would need to make it at your next meeting if you don't make the decision tonight.
Okay,
Right. Thank you, John.
thank you.
Kristen.
Sorry, one more point. I was wrong when I said that I wanted to hear from residents. Like, I was thinking they could just chime in, but this isn't a public hearing. So,
No.
yeah, so we don't really have that option tonight. So I wouldn't mind voting on it at the next meeting, if I understood John correctly, and I think Fred said the same thing.
Yep.
So yeah, that feels a little more good to me, because I just know so many people feel really strongly about this kind of thing. Like there's so many people in town who feel really strongly about coming to town meeting. It's really important to them, and a lot of them are the seniors. And they're the ones more at risk. So I would like to get the pulse of them, I think, personally.
Yep. I certainly agree that rather than try to settle tonight, we just give ourselves the benefit of the next 2 weeks for any input that comes in, and any other circumstances that develop with respect to COVID, for good or for bad, and defer until we're posting the warrant at our next meeting to also make the decision about where we think we're going to settle that. Leslie.
Yeah, I do agree with that also. I think, I don't want the residents to be deterred from coming to town meeting based on where it is. So I think as long as everyone knows that they can send emails and let us know how they feel about it, that way they will feel like they've been given the opportunity to provide their input. So if we don't have to vote on it tonight, then there'd be a nice period of time to hear from residents.
Okay. Yeah. Any other comments, Julianne?
So could someone refresh my memory? The last time we did this, and I mentioned it in my previous comment, I thought we had a dedicated email site so that people could just jump on and tell us their preferences. And I do appreciate what Mr. George said about, we have to keep in mind the people who show up for town meeting. So can we do that again? Does anyone remember exactly how we did it? I thought it worked really well.
Yeah, we don't recall having a dedicated email address, but you have a dedicated email address on the website to the Board of Selectmen. So that would be the one to direct people to use. Right, you have a dedicated, there's one email address, with one click, they can email the entire board with whatever their thoughts are. That would be the appropriate venue.
Yeah. Julianne, you might be thinking 2 years back when the first iteration, I think we did have something specific set up for people to contact, but that was just for that 1 year. Again, for this year, I think circumstances are mitigating to some extent, and anyone who wants to express an opinion can just do so directly to the Board of Selectmen. It doesn't need to be a dedicated email for that purpose.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I'm in favor of waiting.
Okay. Is that an agreement, by agreement, the board will defer to our next meeting to make a final decision, which may not end up being final, but we'll do our best. And so I think that will conclude the discussion for the evening then. Town Moderator Fred George, Health Agent Kristen Black, thank you both for being here and for giving us your input. And we look forward to, I don't know, potentially seeing you at our next meeting for further input.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Good night. Next up, well past the hour of 7:35 p.m., we have John Campbell, Community Preservation Committee Chairman, presentation on CPC town meeting warrant articles.
Promote him now.
You and John? Yep.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, John. How are you?
I'm well. Thanks for having me, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, members of town staff. I appreciate the time being granted to me. I will be as brief as I can because it's late, but I wanted to share some good news first. The town's match from the state went up this year to about 43%, which was going to come up to about $285,000. That is the most that we've gotten as a match in some years, and it will bring our total match in town through CPA to over $2.8 million. So that's great news. This year, we were very challenged. We had many applications and weren't quite sure if we could figure out how to support them all, but we found a way to do it. As a reminder, the CPC looks at fiscal year 23, the forward year revenues for what it can spend at town meeting, as well as what it has in reserves. And this year we had a total, we're basing it on $750,000 of new revenue forecasted by our town accountant, Jason, and $784,000 in reserves. So we have 1.534 million to work with, should we choose to. You know, as I say, we found a way to bring forward just about every application that was brought to us. I would like to focus primarily on the first article, that is the affordable housing project, and I'll cover the others a little more briefly. But before I do so, it's important to know that over the course of the CPA in Northborough, we have focused more on open space and recreation and on historical than we have on affordable housing creation over time. It's about 2 to 1 in those other categories compared to affordable housing, and it is one of the core tenets. So we're always looking for opportunities to work on those projects, and I think a great one has come before us. You have the warrant in front of you. There are a few corrections that I'm going to bring you to, but I want to briefly tell you about the overall nature of this project. This would create 8 senior affordable housing apartments. It would not only work toward the goals of the CPC, but it works very much towards the goals of our own master plan. The project will cost $2.44 million, but we have an opportunity to get $800,000 of that in a special state grant. And in addition, the Housing Authority has $200,000 in reserves. So we need to account for $1.44 million. And the town is also offering through free cash and ARPA to contribute $100,000. So the warrant article would be written around 1.34 million. And you have a listing in your warrant article, and I'm going to go through briefly. We voted to take the funds from 3 key categories. One would be new revenues. The second would be the Affordable Housing Reserve account that already had 127,000 in it. And finally, to contribute $486,000 from the unreserved fund. That is the fund of CPA that is not yet allocated to one of the 3 core categories. So in a sense, it's our reserves. In addition, the 1.34 million would be accounted for by or you should say, reallocating, repurposing existing town meeting voted amounts that have either been unused by those projects or are currently unused yet by the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation. And there's really 8 different additions that come into this warrant. A bit confusing. As I understand it, the warrant reading that you had in your packet is missing one line item, and that is for 20,000 of additional money that is from town meeting 2015 and leftover money to the NAHC of 50,000, of which only 30,000 was needed on the current Hitching Post Lane project with Habitat for Humanity. So that line item would be added to what you have there currently. There was also $24,000 plus that was not used by the Housing Authority during the demolition of the original project, creating the senior units at Center Drive. There is a small amount of 569 left over from prior Housing Corporation funds. And finally, there's 450,000 of Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation funds granted by town meeting that as yet unused on a project. So it's exhausting, but the total would bring us to 1.34 million. And with that, we were able to show the Housing Authority that the CPC voted to approve it and bring it to town meeting. And they've been able to use that in their application to the state. The warrant would be contingent. The vote would be contingent on the Housing Authority receiving that grant money. And should that not be the case, then we would not have a warrant article for affordable housing for this year. And since we must have a 10% minimum, it's my understanding that we'll probably recommend adding another warrant article that would be our backup. In other words, should this be approved, we are more than meeting the goal. If it's not approved, we would need to vote to bring the 10% minimum into the Affordable Housing Reserve, which is similar to what we did at the last 2 town meetings. I'm going to ask for any questions on this one because it's quite confusing.
A little more complicated than most. Any questions, members of the board? Yes, Scott Rogers.
Yeah, John, I just wanted to say thanks because that I did the total and it was short by 20,000. I'm like, there's something missing. So thanks for filling.
Yeah,
making
Jason
that
Little has caught it.
clarification.
We went back and forth with some late afternoon Friday emails, and it's my understanding he drafted a change and it just didn't quite make it to your packets.
Yeah, well, and of course, this tracks to what the committee did in reviewing these projects. So it was a complicated assembly and also a lot of good discussion, right, that came through the committee. So yeah, thanks, John, on that explanation.
You're welcome. Any other questions or comments? Yes,
Julianne.
Julianne.
Thank you. Okay, so just to be clear, do we go to town meeting and then the state says, okay, we'll match the money, or is the state going to tell us before town meeting whether they're going to give us their match in the money for this?
I can't say for sure the timing of that application. I know that the application was time sensitive, which made the application by the Housing Authority time sensitive for this year. And so I think there's probably an opportunity that could happen, but our expectation is that we may not know before town meeting. And the application from Housing Authority needed to commit that the town would have the matching resources. And so the commitment that they've brought forward is that CPC has brought this to town meeting. That was sufficient for them to apply and then hopefully get approved.
Okay. All right. So in the off chance that the state has too many applications and we don't get the full amount, say, then would you modify the project, or?
There's no plan to modify the project. So I think it's an all for one. If there was some lesser grant, I think that the Housing Authority would come back and reapply in a future year. This is the project and it's well laid out, but there's not a halfway build up that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Leslie.
So thank you, John, for being here. So
Thank
what
you.
would the secondary or backup motion look like?
That motion would be very much similar to last year's town meeting motion. It would be a motion to approve the minimum 10% to the Affordable Housing Reserve. And that 10% comes from the projected FY '23 revenue that our town accountant Jason Little set as $750,000. So therefore, the warrant article would be for $75,000 to the reserve.
I see. Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying.
And I get the remainder of the recommended CPA spendings would go back to their respective accounts. In this case, the unreserved account would not be spent for that amount of 486. The new fund revenues of 230 would not be spent, so they would go to unreserved. And the Affordable Housing Reserve would not be spent, it would be added to.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just a quick question, John. Considering that this is a building project, what has been the time span from when the original costing for this, I guess, was done, the cost estimate, compared to recent inflationary effects that might impact that?
It's a good question. It was our understanding from the presentation that sufficient contingency was put in. I know you've heard that before, but it's my understanding that they believe the total is adequate. Probably they'll be flexible as to, you know, exactly what amenities you put into the units. And there's some experience, obviously, from prior buildings that have put up for housing in Northborough and recent projects. But I'm certainly not the expert on where the inflationary pressures would hit.
Yeah. Thank you, John. Any other questions on this one, board members? Seeing none, please proceed, John.
Well, thank you. As I said, we had many other applications. I'll briefly go through them. We had two in the historical, actually three in the historical preservation category. The first one was for restoration of the Brigham Street burial ground, beautification, I should say. I believe you all know there was a burial ground on Brigham Street, was one of Northborough, if not the earliest burial area. It is cordoned off, if you will, but has many trees just waiting to fall on it. The majority of this cost, or a good portion of it, is for tree removal and safe clearing of the area. And the other portion is for beautification of it, fencing, making sure it is not only protected, but called out to the town as a burial area. And we felt it was a good use of the project once it was fully explained to us. The second article that is related to that was for additional signage at the Kaiser section of the Northborough Cemetery. This is the newer portion, but since it is over 50 years old, it still qualifies as an historic area. So the idea here is to put signage that identifies it more clearly and consistent signage with the Howard Street Cemetery area. The third historical project was for the Historical Society building on Main Street, which has already been the recipient of some other CPA funds. In this case, they would restore the shutters that were part of the original building on 3 sides, I believe. And this would bring it back to the way it looked in years past. And again, we thoroughly looked at this project, a little consideration to the cost, but the Historical Society folks are very good stewards for that building, and we continue to support bringing it back to its original state and maintaining it. Any questions on the historical category articles? Hearing none, I'll keep going. The next projects are in open space and recreation. The warrant listing on your packet, the next one would be replacement fencing for Assabet Park. This is adding on to the park restoration project that was already voted by the town using CPA funds. Again, because of the inflationary factors we just spoke about, the money for fencing was not there. The committee considered that a bit concerned that we couldn't make the original budget work, but understanding the conditions, we did approve to bring it forward. I do understand that there's an opportunity for ARPA funds to cover this, and if that's the case, I believe we'd either eliminate or pass over this article. The next one on your listing is for the design of the dog park, the potential dog park. A popular topic in town. People are looking for it for many years, and it's a priority both of the CPA to support it and also the town's master plan. This would not be to build the park itself, but would be the design study to look at sites, identify which are the best candidates, and look for all the conditions necessary to create that dog park. Similarly, the next article on your listing is a design study for a trail at the senior center grounds that would be ADA accessible. There's an existing trail there now, but this project would be for the design of upgrading it so that the surface is sufficient for wheelchairs and similar handicapped travel, and also travel by any other means that people would like on this trail. It's a beautiful layout, would be very convenient for anyone visiting the senior center or attending the senior center to walk on it. So we think this is an excellent project, and this is sponsored by the Trails Committee, who does great work in town, as I think you all know. And similarly, we have another article. This is again for the design study of pedestrian access over the Aqueduct Bridge. This has been talked about for years, and it's been a priority of the Open Space Committee, and the CPA has heard about it for some time. This would be the first stage of the design study to bring this forward. We'll be presenting at town meeting a number of the benefits that this would hold in terms of basically connecting the entire stretch of town through the Aqueduct Trail. It is, again, serving many of the goals of the master plan. And while expensive, it seems a necessary step to bring us closer to that goal. The last two articles are really housekeeping. We must continue to pay the White Cliffs debt service that was approved by previous town meeting. This year, it's down to $185,000. And the last article is for the administrative fund. By law, the CPC is able to recommend up to 5% of our projected forward year revenue for the administrative account. This is used for surveys, appraisals, other project fees that we might need in our duties to evaluate projects. And when it's not spent, it goes back into the unreserved reserves. So that was a lot. Do you have any more questions on the articles we brushed over quickly?
Kristen Wickstead.
Hi, thanks, John. So the senior center path, is there a map for where the ADA accessible path would be? Does
Yes,
anyone
absolutely. Yes, there is. There was a preliminary map made.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's shown today on the trail maps that you can get on the town website,
Right.
but it's readily available as part of the application. And so a copy is in the town planner's office, and I can share it with you individually if you'd like.
That would be great. Yeah, if you could just email me that, because I was at the Council on Aging meeting last week, and they were talking about it, and the only thing they said was it doesn't go around the pond. But that left me sort of in the dark as to where it really does go. So I would like that. Thanks. That'd be nice.
It's in that direction from the
yeah.
senior center, but I did not plan screen sharing here tonight in the interest of time.
Yeah, no, that's okay. And I'm trying to go quick because of we have a long meeting. But the other thing was the bridge. So the money would be for going across the bridge. Would it be for on the side of it that is over by East Main Street too? Like there's not much of a path there. Does it cover that too, or just the bridge?
Well, it covers everything that we need to know to restore a safe surface on top of the bridge, not to mention safety rails.
Yeah.
It covers everything we need to know on both sides. And on the opposite side from what you're speaking about, there are power lines that have to be relocated. That has been explored. But part of this is to identify exactly what that's going to take and the cost. And then on the other side, I guess to answer your question, it doesn't cover crossing roads. For instance, part of the aqueduct crosses Route 20.
Yeah.
You know, and if you're going to walk the entire aqueduct, you either got to snake under that or cross the road. So in some cases, that connectivity is not addressed here, but everything that would take to make that path part of the entire aqueduct trail. And then when you're on the Hudson Street side, it goes up, you do cross Rice Ave there, and then you can continue on if you've ever been over there. And it's, you know, it's a terrific trail for walking, skiing, whatever you like to do. And this connectivity brings us across the town and also connecting to the towns on other sides. So it, you know, the ultimate goal would be not only the trail, but the beautification of the bridge and using it as an asset for connectivity in the town.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really great thing. And it's probably a relatively slow process with the step-by-step thing. And the bridge would be a big step in that. But eventually at some point, it'd be nice to have some sort of safe tunnel sort of thing under Route 20. Because right now I have to kind of bend in half to do that part. But anyway, okay, thanks.
I agree. You're welcome.
Thank you, Kristen. Leslie.
Hi, John, quick question about the Brigham Street burial ground. You called that a beautification. So that's primarily going to be tree removal, you said?
A little more than half the cost, as I recall, was the tree removal, cleanup. There's over 20 trees that are in need of cutting down. They're, you know, they could possibly be falling on it. So that's a considerable expense right there to bring in that equipment and clean it out. And then when they're done, there'll be fencing put up, not unlike what you see at the Newtown Common. You know, good stable fencing, and sort of to establish it as a, you know, a sacred ground. So rather than people just walking over it and forgetting that there are burial sites underneath, trying to establish it as a historic resource.
Wonderful. Yeah, I like the idea that there's going to be some sort of delineation. You do just drive by and you don't really notice it. And I think it'll be nice. It'll set it apart a little bit more and make it more recognizable as something like that. So I think that's terrific. Thank you.
You're welcome. And as I mentioned at the beginning, we found a way to bring forth all of these projects, even if some seem expensive, without overspending our reserves. So there's no new borrowing here. The committee has been a little conservative in the past with its reserves, making sure we had enough funds for the big projects that might come. I think the affordable housing project is one of those big ones that we expected. And with little reluctance to spend down some of the reserves, we found a way to do it. And with the extra matching and revenue coming in, we'll still have a sizable reserve to look at in the following year.
Excellent. Any other questions? Julianne.
Yeah, hi. So John, you and I both serve on master plan implementation. And our first charge is to work on the downtown area, which the Assabet Park is part of. So the fence that we will be purchasing, is there any way of knowing what kind of fence that is? If it's something that will be, you know, this is kind of our gateway into the downtown area. And you know, I haven't discussed this with MPIC, but I think that, you know, visually it'd be nice to have an attractive fence there. So what does this $20,000 buy us?
Well, from the applicant, it's standard but high quality fencing. And part of the reason that they've asked for it is that the fencing that exists on the Route 135 side is deteriorated, and to your point, does not paint a good initial impression when you see the park. And since so much is being done on the inside, with all the recreation facilities and making it ADA compliant, that's why they came to us to add this money for the fencing that couldn't be covered by the original budget. But it is not too elaborate. It has to be solid fencing, solid chain link, as opposed to just wood ties as on the town common. So I see your point, but right now I think 20,000 just covers good quality standard fencing, probably black in color, so it blends a little better than white or something like that.
So there's no way of doing something other than chain link? Is that what you're saying?
That's my understanding from the applicant and the estimates. So if, again, cost escalating so much, anything more than that, I understood really to be maybe beyond what they were willing to ask for. So at this time, that's all we were able to consider.
Oh, okay. And then you mentioned that we're also going to be discussing ARPA funds for this. So maybe with a little additional money, we could do a little bit of an upgrade and maybe even give ourselves time to talk about it amongst the MPIC people. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule that out. It's my understanding the board will be discussing those funds separately.
Right. Thank you.
Let's see. Any other comments, questions by board members? Seeing none. John, thank you very much. As always, Community Preservation Committee is just a fine-tuned machine, and we appreciate all the diligence and everything that goes into the project evaluations and the thoughtful proposals that come forward each year. So thank you very much. Appreciate you being here tonight.
We're very kind. We appreciate your support as always.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Take care, John.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Planning Board Chair Carrie Martinec, presentation on zoning town meeting warrant articles.
Hello, how are you?
Good evening, Carrie.
Hello.
Scrolling forward in my packet to the zoning bylaws.
Say it again?
I'm scrolling forward in my packet from
Yes.
the CPC articles to the zoning bylaws here.
Yes, so let me open up my packet as well. I'm going to go in order of what we have here. So let me back it up. Starting with Article 32. Let's see. Okay, so normally Kathy does this presentation. So what I was planning to do is just really give a super high level of why we are putting this forward. And then if there are any questions on it, I can certainly answer questions. Are there other items that Kathy usually covers as part of this presentation that would be helpful?
I think for the most part, she goes through just the overview of the articles that are being presented, some rationale maybe for why the changes are being made, and perhaps a schedule going forward about when planning board will be doing its public hearing about the articles.
Okay, great. So I will do that. So starting with the first one, this is regarding signs. So if you look through here, and I don't know, do you want me to pull this up, or you just want me to speak to it from the packet?
If it's easier for you to share that, then we can see what it is you're looking at. That would be fine.
Okay, let's see if I can share. Okay, can everybody see this?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so first starting with the signs bylaw. So primarily this was created to take a look at illuminated and externally lit signs. What we did is we created the definitions for them, and then we removed internally lit signs from the downtown district. While we were working on this, we also cleaned up a few other areas that we had been looking at. So you can see through here different changes that we made. And if you want us to talk more about any one of them, we can. there are quite a few in here, so I don't want to take up too much time going through them. But you can see we went through as a board and we sat down and we looked at cleaning up areas, like for example, just looking at flag and banner. For a flag, we had C banner is very circular and didn't make a whole lot of sense. So what we tried to do, and here you can see we added the definition for externally illuminated sign. Just really went through and did some cleanup on things that no longer made sense or things that were actually happening that fit the definition a little bit better. So for example, we talked about different roof signs and the definitions for that and how we thought we were saying one thing, but maybe we were saying something completely different. So we went through all of them. We had Bob Frederico joined us for most of this conversation to help work through a lot of this since he deals with it primarily in his day-to-day. So let's see if there's anything else of note to mention here. We did add some language about nonconformity. So just what happens when signs are nonconforming. So you can see here we added some language around nonconforming signs. So that's in there.
Just a question about that.
Sure.
What is the I guess what is the trigger that would, I'm sorry, getting a little echo here. The trigger that would require the owner of a sign or something to bring it into compliance if it's non-conforming to begin with.
So if a new tenant came in, so if you were previously I guess grandfathered is no longer the way we want to say it. If a new business came in and there was a sign, you had previously been allowed to have an illuminated sign, but it's no longer allowed, you would have to update your sign. Or if it was destroyed or you needed to add, change the business name or change anything about the sign, you would then have to conform with the bylaw.
Okay. Is there anything financially burdensome or anything like that that a sign owner could cite as to remain non-conforming depending on the circumstances?
No, I think as long as if you have a sign and you're in this district and you would be, I'm trying to think, we try not to say grandfather, but I'm going to use it because it's the easiest to kind of put into context. You would be grandfathered in. So it's not like we'd put this bylaw into place and all of a sudden anyone with this sign, I'm sorry, anyone with it, say they had an illuminated internally lit sign, they wouldn't all of a sudden have to drop $40,000 to get a new sign. They would be grandfathered in. It would be if they wanted to do a new sign or a new business came in or the sign was destroyed or something to that effect. That's when it would trigger having to update your sign.
Okay, thank you.
All righty, whoops, wrong one. All right, let's see. And then I'm trying to see if there's anything else here of interest. Okay, so this is where it's prohibited. So electronic message centers are prohibited in most districts, except for highway. And then internally illuminated signs are prohibited now in downtown business. Also in residential, except for agriculture. I think that's a little further down. Here we go. So here you can see the residential district. This is a long one, so bear with me here. Let's see. I think the only thing left here may be the historical markers, but I'll scroll through just in case. Here we go. Yep, that's the last one, the historical signs and markers. So this is just stating that they won't be subject to this bylaw.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we also spent some time talking about trying to be sensitive to whether we talked a lot about flags or little decorative lights and things like that. So we took a closer look down here. So if you look, let's see. These should be signs where a permit isn't required. So these types of signs don't require a permit from the building inspector. So this is where we talked about things that if you had a flag, it would be under this section, or obviously now the historic signs or non-commercial messages like open or closed or, special event or things like that. So we talked about, what kind of impact would it have on businesses downtown if we were to put this into place, and just trying to make sure that this was a responsibly crafted bylaw that sort of met our goals, but wasn't something, to your point, Jason, that would all of a sudden a business has to pay money to change their sign or anything like that. Okay, any questions here?
I have a question. You can't.
Yeah, I was going to say, board members, if you have questions, speak up and ask to be recognized. I can't, with the sharing, I can't see all of you at the same time.
So can I ask my question?
Yes, Julianne, please.
Okay, so with the lighting or the electronic message board, what does that mean for the sign that's in the center of town right now? Is that considered an electronic message board?
The lion sign?
Right.
It doesn't impact that sign. For some reason, I think the lion sign is exempt. Is it? No, it's not a municipal sign, but there were some signs, like I know the schools are exempt. There are certain signs that are exempt, like gas station signs are exempt. Certain signs are exempt.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Jason?
And Leslie? Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. I'm glad that I'm not on mute because I couldn't see myself to unmute myself. Okay. Carrie, thank you, Carrie, for explaining that. Can you explain what's the main reason? What triggered you to want to delve into signage and illuminated from the interior signs and so forth downtown? What is the goal here?
Yeah, so as we're going forward with some of the master planning that we're doing and talking about downtown and making changes there, a couple of board members noticed that a lot of the towns around us have started to prohibit those signs downtown and make a shift towards, the signs that are the nice wooden signs, or that have like the nice gooseneck lamps that just create a whole different look and feel of the downtown. And as we saw that in the surrounding towns, we thought that, it's a look that as we develop our own downtown could really change, just take that little step further to change what our downtown looks like, and something that we could do without significant impact, and just to beautify our downtown in that small way, just as part of master plan and moving forward there and making changes going forward.
Okay, so it's kind of, you're sort of looking to give town a more quaint look. I'm not really quite sure what word I'm looking for here, but you feel that illuminated signs, for example, give things a more harsh look, and you're looking to soften the appearance. Is that kind of summarize it?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it.
Okay.
I had a comment.
Yes, Kristen.
Okay. So I think with all the work my husband is sneezing in the next room. I hope you can't hear him. He sneezes really loud. I think with all the work the Master Plan Implementation Committee is doing, and all the talk around town, there's quite a buzz about economic development in downtown. I think people are really inspired by Hudson. I love this idea, and it's totally a detail thing that I never would have thought of. But I think it's a nice touch. So thanks for doing all that work. It looks like a lot of work.
This was Amy Pratsky and Anthony Zaitin really worked through this one. I'm just presenting, but they did the lion's share of the work.
Okay, well, thanks to them.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead, Carrie, to the next one?
Sure. Okay, Article 33. This allows, so we've been talking about this for a couple of years now. Last year, we almost went to town meeting with it, and the last minute we pulled it. but we're finally putting forward, it's brew pub, nano breweries, microbreweries, and then brewery, distilleries, or wineries, which for right now is still, you'll see in the use table, a no for the districts. But we put in all of the definitions to go take sort of baby steps towards this one to see how it goes, make sure we don't have any issues, see if there's anything we need to fine tune. But in the meantime, we wanted to allow for this use just as a way to kind of take a look at the uses that we have in town and open it up to something different and new. And Kristen, you brought up economic development. This is just another area that we could start to excel at, as we've seen towns around us do. So we added the definitions. So this is what's up here. And then we add them to our use table to show which districts. And as I mentioned, you can see the brewery, distillery, wineries are still no's in the district. But that's something that maybe we open up over time as we feel a little more confident in what we have set up for some of the smaller options here. So you can see the additions added to our hospitality and food services group of the use table. Then we set up parking just for each option here. This is actually, it's a different, in a different section, but we've combined it all, definitions, use table, and parking, all within the same article. Any questions?
Carrie, would you just, I can't remember what DBBE, especially HB, what do those stand for?
Sure.
On the table?
Yep, downtown business, business east, business west, business south, highway business, industrial. Then BA, yes, obviously is yes. BA is a ZBA permit, and PB is a planning board permit.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome. And then for anybody else, if you look at our zoning bylaws, there's a zoning district map within our bylaws, and you can always look there if you're not sure. And you can actually see an outline of what the zones look like. I can hold it up, but you may not. So you can see sort of what everything is. And then there's a key that tells you, you can see the corresponding colors and see which districts are which. So if you're ever wondering where to find that.
I'm glad you have that at your fingertips.
I always do.
Thank you.
Excuse me. So that the Ys just mean, yes, you don't need a permit? Is that what that means?
It's allowed by right.
So you, by right. Okay, I got it.
Quick question.
Sure, Scott.
Yeah, and probably talk in more detail as we get into planning board and public hearing, but was there consideration, if you're looking to stimulate economic development, to reduce the amount of permits that are required and do more by right?
That's a good question. I think we wanted to be a little careful with this one because we don't really have, as a town, experience in this, in opening it up. So I think as we go forward, maybe those no's become special permits and the special permits become by rights, just as we get a little more confidence and some more experience with these types of projects coming forward. Do you have anything specific in mind that you look at when you look at this use table, or just a thought?
Yeah, that was it. That is in general. And then I think as we get maybe further into master planning and some of the specifics for downtown, maybe even some restaurants go to yeses.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks.
I'm gonna bring in zoning enforcement officer Bob Frederico, who's on here as well.
Okay, does Bob have a question?
Hello, Bob. You're on mute, Bob.
There we go. Okay. Hi, everybody. Good evening. I just wanted to go back in history just a little bit with Carrie about kind of the genesis about the brew pubs and the microbreweries and distilleries. As Carrie said a couple of years ago, I was approached by members of the planning board and said, if we were to do a brewery, how would it be permitted? would be permitted under light manufacturing, would it be under hospitality, a restaurant, liquor store, whatever. And I think this language is set up so that it would be easier in kind of a more streamlined approach, so that the definitions and the parameters are already set. So we don't have to think about and kind of worry about, is it light manufacturing? Is it processing? Is it warehousing? Is it a restaurant? So I think in terms of the brewery and the winery setup for this year, I think it streamlines a lot of the questions that otherwise would have been around if this language was not here.
Yep.
Right.
Thank you, Bob. Any other questions, board members, for this particular item? And seeing none, go ahead, Carrie, continue, please.
Okay, Article 34 is related to enforcement, and this was something we worked on as a belt and suspenders approach. It's the things that Bob Frederico is already doing, but it just gives everyone a clear idea of the process. So whether that's residents, boards, whoever the case, it's just clear here in black and white. That's pretty much the purpose of this one. And this we actually looked more closely at too with town council a little bit. Just to make sure, because as you recall, we did some, there was revised language last year, I believe. Was that last? I think that was last year. So we worked through this with town council just to make sure everything's still jived into place. And just again, provide that belt and suspenders type approach.
Can I ask a question about the phrasing there?
Sure.
So in that paragraph, the larger paragraph beginning enforcement request.
This one?
Yes. Mid to the end of the third line, where it's stating bylaw, permit, decree thereunder has been, is being, and then it says, or is likely to be violated. I guess I'm wondering whose subjective judgment is it to determine that that anything was likely to be violated? Actually, I guess Bob has the answer to that. Bob?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, in response to that inquiry, it's something that we already do now. Violation complaints come in on written form. And then once I receive it, I do go out and I take a look and see what the complainer or the complainant is talking about. And sometimes what they're talking about or what they're complaining about is actually no violation at all. Then again, sometimes there is a violation. So the first thing I do is I take the violation enforcement request and I investigate. Sometimes it's just a drive by the property. Sometimes it's a chat with the building owner. But the first thing I need to do is make sure that the complaint is legitimate in terms of any kind of an enforceable action. So that's why when the language is there that says or is likely to be violated, then I shall make cause or be made investigation of the facts, okay, including the inspection of the property where the violations may exist. So basically, it's kind of a gatekeeping operation. I do get many complaints that have no enforcement through zoning or building. Sometimes I would refer those complaints to sometimes the town engineer, sometimes the town DPW directors, sometimes the Board of Health. Okay, so basically I make sure that whatever is coming into me is something that I have the authority to deal with. And if I don't, I try to push it to the proper department that can take care of it.
Okay, so the determination of is likely to be is really coming from you in your role as zoning enforcement officer.
Right.
It's not the subjective determination of someone who observes something and.
No, because there's a lot of people that just don't have an in-depth knowledge of the zoning requirements. And, if they do have a complaint, it could be a zoning issue, but it could be an issue that's handled by somebody else in town. It could be the conservation, it could be the town engineer or whoever. So basically we take a look at what it is. And if it is something in zoning, then we follow that path.
Gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
Jason, if I can follow up on your comment, I think I read it the same way as that triplet being past, present, and future, but the triplet is definitely a violation. I see a violation, or there may be a violation pending investigation. So it's not past, present, future. It's proven or not proven.
Yep. Yep.
Thanks, Bob.
Very good. Is there more that you want to point out in this, Carrie?
No, unless there are any questions, I'll move to the next one.
I just want to ask the fines are essentially what we passed last year. Is that right? The progression of increasing fines for for succession of violations, I guess. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So moving on to use variances. So this particular article is to prohibit use variances. And the reason we looked at this one is because we've been advised time and time again that if we ever want to modernize our zoning, we really need to reconsider relying on use variances. One thing that we talked about was that in a way, use variances circumvent the legislative body's ability to decide on their town's bylaws, in that, you have a small board voting on whether or not something should be allowed. Whereas if you do want something allowed, you should just change your bylaws to allow for it rather than put use variances in place. So for those reasons, we talked a lot about it. I think this is something that has come forward a couple times to town meeting at certain points and phases. But these are the particular reasons that this board talked about when it came to use variances.
Okay. Any questions, board members? I'm having to scroll through everybody to see if anybody has a hand raised or not.
Yeah, I've got one.
Scott Rogers. Yeah.
And we can probably go in more detail in the planning board public hearing, but Carrie, I can't remember if the board talked about the potential positive uses of use variances. And what made me think of that is, we didn't have definitions for microbreweries. So if one wanted to come through, would a use variance have been a method to get a microbrewery into town?
Well, so that's a great point, but would you want 5 people to decide that, or the town to be able to decide that? So in my preference, I would want residents to say, yes, we want, that's why we added it as a bylaw tonight, right? We want residents to say, yes, we want microbreweries in our town. Yes, we want this in our town. And if you don't want something, whatever is not permitted, it should be prohibited. So we have a lot of trouble with that. Use variances should actually be granted sparingly. And there's very specific criteria. The board also talked about in some cases where the criteria maybe is a little not as stringent as maybe it could be. So, do we need to take a second look at what's happening with our use variances? And if we do want something permitted, just get it in the bylaw. Come to one of the boards and bring it forward, and the board can help bring it forward as a bylaw versus going around the back door to a use variance.
I wouldn't characterize it as backdoor. That's
no, not in a bad way, but just like,
that's a board that approves a permit and has public hearings. So
no, I don't mean it in a way of backdoor. I mean in a way of back around the legislative body. So rather than go through the legislative body, you go through a smaller board to put through a use variance. And in some cases, it's not fully representative of what maybe the town collectively would want. So I think that's the sensitivity there.
Okay, thanks for explaining.
You're welcome.
I have a comment.
Yes, Kristen.
Thanks. So I feel like maybe I just don't see as much of this as as I would like to, or whatever. I don't know if this is everything, but so if somebody tries to say, like, I feel like for a while there was a lot of, when I was following the planning board more, there seemed to be a lot of use variances for, well, this is a area where it's groundwater 1 or 2 or whatever. But we want to build on it, so we'll just get a variance so we can build on it. Is it to prevent companies from just, it just seemed so easy for so many people to kind of, we had environmental, rules in our bylaws, and the variances were allowing builders sometimes to, not follow the bylaws. At least that's the way it came across. So is that partly what this is for, environmental reasons?
So a use variance is never approved by the planning board. It's always ZBA. But that is the case where there were some cases over the past year where use variances were taking the place of the special permit on groundwater. So there is that as well, that I think is an added benefit, not necessarily the primary reason in this case, but that's certainly a factor.
Okay. So it was more of a groundwater thing than a general environmental thing.
Right. So so those happen to be the most recent use variances that we had come to the board, but that's not only what a use variance would be for. You could have a use variance in any district whatsoever. It just so happened there were certain, like, I think, certain uses aren't permitted on groundwater. And in the case of a use variance, it would be allowed on groundwater. And then on top of that, there's no special permit associated with that. So it's not coming to the planning board in that case, unless the use requires a special permit, which it can be the case. It gets a little tricky, so I don't want to make it too circular for you, but
right.
Bottom line, it's an added factor.
Okay. So it's a protection. You're trying to protect.
Well, in this case, I think the primary reason was more about just making sure that if we wanted certain uses allowed in districts, we should just make it part of our bylaws in general, not a use variance. And I will say that this does not impact dimensional variances. So if somebody had a sign, a lot of times there are dimensional variances that go forward. They want to have a bigger sign, or we must get more of those than any other variances come through. There's no, as you can see here, it's not even crossed out. So dimensional or density requirements are still allowed variances.
Okay, all right. Back to signs. Okay, thanks.
Any other?
Yeah, why don't you continue, Carrie, if there are no other questions about this one?
Sure. Now for rezoning South Street. So I'm not sure, I noticed this was in the warrant. I don't know if we need this actually in the warrant. Is this something that can be removed? It's not really part of the bylaw. It was a description that I think came with a memo.
In the warrant article, sometimes you have these explanatory things that are not like embodied in the motion, if that's what you mean.
Okay, all right. It just seemed like this one, and there was another one that may have had that. That's fine with me. I just didn't know if you wanted it in there. So in this case, there was a 37 South Street, as it says here, pretty self-explanatory. It was just in the wrong zoning district. And our new planner, Laurie Connor, sent over, if I switch to a new PDF, can you see it? Do you see a zoning map or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you see it? Okay, great.
Sideways,
So
You could rotate it, Carrie.
okay, hold on here. Easier said than done.
Top
Up at the
right,
top
I think.
on the far right top. The little.
Oh, there it is. Sorry, my Zoom box is blocking it. All right, let's see. Here we go. Okay, so this is a little area. This is the district. This is the piece of land right in here. So really, it's just what happened was at some point, this land was divided in half by the two different zones. And the applicant came to the board and asked if we could just put it back in the right spot, so that what was happening is they continually had to come forward to the boards every time a new tenant was in. And it was just, didn't make a whole lot of sense for them. So we reviewed it and decided that this made the best sense just to fix placing it from general residential into downtown business. We also took the time to hear from the abutters there just to make sure there weren't any issues, and no abutter, the 3 abutters sent letters of support for this. So we felt pretty confident that it was the right thing to do. Any questions on this one?
Seems very straightforward for this one. Yeah.
Okay. Article 37. So this was a housekeeping item that Kathy had submitted before she left. It was just something, as you can read here, that we had to clean up regarding 2-family dwellings. Any questions here?
Nope.
Okay. All right, so Article 38 and 39 actually come a little bit hand in hand. And what I wanted to say also when we get to the definitions is that I noticed they were split into 2 articles. I think they may need to just be one, but we can get to that in a second. So we have 2 different options here. This is regarding our distribution and transportation uses. The planning board has put forward a temporary moratorium and also revised definitions and a revision to the use table. The thought being that if the moratorium passes, then we would pass over the definitions and use the moratorium. So I'll start with that one. The moratorium, we've done them in the past before. I think we did them with 2 families. We did them with solar in the past, I think solar in the past as well. This is just related to a lot of the issues that we've been seeing. I know your board has heard a lot as well and done a lot over the last year related to these issues. The thought is that a temporary moratorium will give us time to look at some of the things that are coming up and just talk about solutions in terms of what we can do as a town to make sure we have bylaws that protect us and almost future-proof them a little bit. A lot of what we're doing is based on bylaws that the last update for was 2009. And with e-commerce, things have changed so much faster than we all anticipated, and it continues to just move faster than we can keep up with. So the thought is, do we need to put something in place to just take a look at what's happening in e-commerce, what may be happening, and how can we just make sure our bylaws are in the right place to withstand it going forward? As part of this moratorium, we'd want to put together a committee to really look at, we listed a few items here. It may not include all of these items, but in terms of justifying a moratorium, we wanted to list some things that we could review or wanted to take into account. And then have a committee that would come back. And actually, I don't think this is the most up-to-date version, but a committee that would come back so that we could come to the next town meeting with really what this next section is here and perhaps more. So first I'll stop here and have questions, if you have any questions on the moratorium.
There are a couple items here. What is the geographic scope, I guess, of this? I realize that traffic flows through the entire town, but obviously we have certain areas that have higher concentrations of trucking and facilities and stuff like that. And when you refer to traffic impact studies, are those the geographic areas you're looking to get information on?
So I think for this particular moratorium, our distribution and transportation uses are primarily in the industrial district. So I think it would really be focusing on a lot of the data we already have. I think there have been a lot of studies done in that our industrial areas in general. And, just to whatever extent we can take a closer look at that. Certainly traffic may be an issue throughout town, but the particular scope of this moratorium focuses on the industrial districts.
Okay. And in the bullet list of potential topics, I think some of these are clear. I can't say that I think that I really understand what truck and van restriction zones refers to.
Yeah, that would just be something to look into that other towns are using as part of best practices and just to even review it. And maybe it's as simple as reviewing and saying that doesn't make sense for us, but just things like things where we can get a better understanding of what towns in similar situations are looking at for their zoning to see if it makes sense for ours.
Okay. I still not clear on a van restriction, for instance. What exactly is a van restriction zone? You're saying you're prohibiting.
Well, I think that
a
has to do
van
with
from,
last mile. So a lot of the vans are the last mile deliveries. So if you had some sort of restriction on last mile uses, so when I say last mile, I just mean, when you see the delivery trucks, like all the vans out there that do that sort of within a certain 10-mile radius of the distribution zone, like just that type of use, which is actually listed next in our definitions. Would we put any restrictions there, or what kind of conditions may make sense, or anything that we can do there?
Okay. And the requirement for delivery vehicles to be registered in the same municipality to capture excise tax. I guess I would wonder whether it's even legal to impose that.
Yeah, I mean, so again, these would be things that would be the prime reason why we'd have a committee to review it closer and find out, is that something that we could even do? I think, obviously, I think that's something that would come out of not a planning board, under the purview of the planning board either. So if it is something, it's really just, we reviewed it, we looked at it, here's our recommendation. And the boards on the end, in the receiving end, could say, well, that's not something we want to move forward with, or it is. But at least we took the time to look at it and consider it and see if it makes sense for our community.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Leslie, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, just a quick question. There are some items listed here. I would probably word the last line of the intro as the scope of the review may include, but is not limited to, because that way this doesn't look like, you're going to pluck from this list. Just kind of gives you more freedom to add things as you see necessary.
So that's a good suggestion. To what extent, because I did notice that there are some, so I did notice that I think town council had edited some definitions that I didn't see edited here. And then if we wanted to add things like this, are we able to fine tune some of this from after this meeting that would reflect that, so that we don't have to make multiple amendments on the
Through the
floor?
chair, if I may. So the point of tonight is to close the warrant to any new articles outside of the board. But between now and the posting of the warrant on the 28th is to finalize the language and have with town council review primarily. So that's the point of it. And I know a lot of this kind of came in last minute, so some of it may not represent the latest edits from either the planning board or town council. So, but it gives a general gist of what the point of the article is. But so there will be time to edit, particularly town council edits.
Yeah, question, maybe this is a good time to pose it along this line. That at the beginning, I think Jason mentioned the overall schedule. So Carrie, what are you thinking in terms of additional changes that might come from the meeting tomorrow night, and then changes that might come from public hearing? Are you still thinking April 5th for that?
So I was on mute for a second. I lost connection and came back. But so John, thank you for that. That's good to know. And Leslie, that's a good suggestion to edit that. So I'll flag that for an edit there. And then Scott, for your question about the hearing, that is going to be let's see. Let me confirm that we had to put out a notice of the hearing, and I just want to confirm that it may be the 19th. No, it's the 5th. It's the 5th, the public hearing.
Okay, so we'll have, I guess that sets us up right, that any changes that come out of the public hearing won't be in the posted warrant. And I know we've had to do this in prior years when things weren't ready in time, that the motions at town meeting, right, then contain details that are different than what's posted in the warrant. So it looks like we're going to have that situation again, that if there are changes that come from the public hearing on the 5th after the warrant is posted, subsequent to the 28th, I guess that's unfortunate, but it's the situation we're in due to the schedule. And so I guess it's going to be a lot harder for you at town meeting to then, explain the differences between the packages that everybody's, prepared for. And then there could be variations. I don't know how much you'll accomplish tomorrow night, but I don't know, are you having public comments tomorrow night?
Tomorrow
You're still going to
night-
have the public hearing, but as an
Yeah,
opportunity to get public
hearing.
input before the warrant closes or posts.
Perhaps. I have to take a closer look at the agenda. We still have we have a site plan special permit tomorrow night as well. So perhaps I would, we've been accepting comments throughout the process. So
Ooh,
hopefully.
unless I've messed you up and you have to advertise on the agenda that there's going to be public comments, I guess that's not fair. 'Cause
I don't have to advertise
people
public
don't know that there's
comments. I
going to
have
be
to-
public comments.
Yeah. No, I don't have to advertise public comments. I have to advertise a public hearing, and the hearing is April 5th. I think if there are comments after the fact, I mean, we could read a written change if need be, or make an amendment on the floor. I don't anticipate a tremendous amount of change. I think the biggest changes from my standpoint right now would be from town council that we're just waiting on. Those would be the significant ones that I'd want to make sure are reflected in the final warrant.
And I guess even if you solicited written public comments before the public hearing, you don't have an opportunity to then deliberate on those. So even if the public tried to submit their comments early, you don't
Well,
have
between
a
now and
meeting in
tomorrow.
which, yeah, I mean, but that's kind of late because
Yeah.
the public doesn't know to do it. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out a way to help you get your changes in on time.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been open to public comments over the several meetings that we've been talking about the bylaws. Anyone can email the planning board as well. And then hopefully we're in a good spot. And worst case, if there's a significant change, we'll just have to read any changes on the floor or accept amendments on the floor.
Yeah, that's the way it is. Okay.
Okay, anything else on this one? Okay, so part 2 of this. The next thing we talked about was if we were to elect to not do a moratorium, we still need to fix our definitions over in industrial in terms of our distribution and transportation uses. So what we've done here is we've broken it down a little bit further, whereas before we only had a few different definitions. We've added several more to sort of align ourselves with the way e-commerce is today. So you can see we've added fulfillment center, package, freight delivery facility, and delivery station to our bylaws. Also fixed warehouse to add distribution. This is something where I think town council is adding, has recommended we keep warehouse in here as well. So that's just the final thing we need to review with him. But that is not a significant, does not change the intent of this bylaw in any way. It's just fixing the definitions. And then as part of that, and this is where oh, go ahead.
If I could interject there, Carrie. As I'm reading through these, I guess I find it almost distracting, I guess, that several of these have that little addendum statement to say what it is not. The warehouse with distribution has to say that it's not intended to include a fulfillment center. The fulfillment or the package and freight says it's not a fulfillment center or a warehouse with distribution. And then the delivery station says it's not something else also. So it seems to me that they're in part defining what they are and trying to clarify it by saying what they're also not. And it just for me anyway, calls into question whether the definitions really are sufficient to distinguish them.
Well, you
if
know,
know
it's
what
a
I
good
mean,
point. Yeah, that's a good point, Jason. The lines blur so much with these definitions, but at the same time, you want to make sure that applicants are in the right spot, because then it impacts, really where it comes into play is when you start getting to the use table, because then you can see, so for now, we have obviously a lot of no's, which we talked about before, being that as we want to open them up, we can start to reconfigure our use table. But if an applicant wants to be in fit a certain definition because it's better, it's maybe by right in the use table, then you can start to, work with the gray line. So the point was really just to make it super clear that the definitions, really, if you're a fulfillment center, you can't kind of sneak into something different. It's a good question that maybe if we have the opportunity to mention a town council, if that's necessary as he reads it or not.
Just an observation. I saw that
Yeah.
many of them were
I
going out
know,
of their
it's
way
a
to
good
say that
point.
we're, well, I'm not really this, I'm not really that.
I know. I know, it's a battle sometimes to be,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
just a comment, because the question was whether or not these should be one or two articles. And the
Oh,
idea
right.
is if they were separated, if Article 38 passes, then you would pass over Article 39. If Article 38 fails, you would still proceed with Article 39.
Right.
That's
contingency. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So, but Article 30, I don't know if you need Article 40, you need Article 39 and 40, 30, could you put the use table in with 39 and keep it together?
Are you saying 39 and 40 should
Yeah.
be?
39 and 40, the use table and definitions would usually go together, but if that messes up your whole format, I'm sure.
No. This is what we're trying to iron out right now. So we'll take a look at that.
Okay, so I think those could go together.
It would make sense that the two of those would, really be one consolidated
okay
effort there.
And then again, if town council updates the definitions here, there would be an added line. These have not changed. This is the same. Obviously, this we added with distribution. The reason we're working with town council is because we're making sure that we haven't created a non-conforming use. So that's something that he's taking a closer look at. So that's something that we'll be looking to finalize. And then as we got, again, like we did with the brewery, as we got more information or more confident, we can start to reconfigure the use table a little bit. Anything else here?
I think
Okay.
we're good.
And finally, this is the floodplain overlay district. And I would be way over my skis to even try to explain this. This is what Fred has described as just aligning with some of the federal requirements, it sounds like. So this was really something that Fred worked through quite diligently. I'm afraid I can't answer a whole lot of questions about it, but I can always bring it back to Fred, or anyone on the board wanted to email Fred about this particular one.
Okay. We can.
Mr.
I
Chair, I
just
have a
said-
small typo.
Yes,
Or I
Scott?
can wait till tomorrow night if needed.
No, do you
Mr.
see, if you see it?
Down in section D for permitted uses.
What, are you on the truck?
Page 36.
Yeah, page 36 of the package here. And actually a resident caught this one too earlier today. It's
Okay.
just that, see how the first item 1 is struck out and then the second item 1 is added, so that should be underlined.
Ah, okay, thank you.
And I think Fred was already aware of it. He's had an email discussion with the resident as well.
Okay, thank you.
Just through the chair.
Yes, John.
Before you do move on, I did want to make note that she's been waiting in the wings here, but our new town planner, Lori Connors, hopefully she's still on, is on the call if the board would like to meet her.
Please.
Yeah.
Yes.
We didn't put her on the hook here tonight, but obviously she's here because she wants to know, hear the discussion, so.
Great.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, I thought I had promoted her to panelist. Oh, here she is. I'm sorry. She moved.
She put up her hand and moved to the top.
She put her.
That seems to
This
be a
is
recurring issue.
Second time it's happened to me. So I'm going to click somebody and they raise their hand and they leap away from my cursor. Hello, Lori.
Hi, I'm sorry. This is my my first meeting with your version of conducting a session, so I'm a
Yep.
little unfamiliar with how you do things, but I am thankful to meet all of you, and I appreciate certainly that I am able to join your staff as town planner. Very excited to be a new member of the team. I started last Monday, so I'm still getting my feet wet, and I look forward to working with each of you.
Thank you, Laurie. We're just very, very pleased to have you on board. When John made the announcement, certainly your experience, credentials, and everything are just exemplary, and just wonderful, wonderful to have you here in Northborough.
Thank you.
Leslie.
Okay, quick question for Carrie. Article 41, was that something that was brought to Fred's attention? Is that what triggered this? Something that needed to be finalized, completed?
The flood maps have changed and we need to come in compliance. It's something that we don't really have a choice with.
Okay, so this was sort of not a mandated thing, but it's something that needed to be done and we need to take care of it via this.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, Bob?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, to add to what John just was talking about, this is kind of a federal mandate, you know, with the firm maps and everything else. Fred spent a significant amount of time with the FEMA planner in Boston to get the language correct and make sure that it fits with our current zoning bylaws, because there is a certain boilerplate that was required or is required by the federal government. And of course, the state FEMA department, you know, handles it for the federal government. So there's a significant amount of back and forth that Fred did with the contacts in Boston to get this to where it is now.
Okay.
Great.
All right. Super.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. And nice to meet you, Laurie. Sorry, I meant to say that first.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here.
I think that completes our tour of the zoning bylaws. Board members, any other final questions? And Carrie, just to repeat, you have a meeting tomorrow night.
We do. We have a meeting tomorrow night, but the public hearing for bylaws is the April 5th meeting. So anyone is welcome to call, send comments via email if you can't make it or aren't comfortable speaking publicly. Otherwise, call in and we will gladly accept your comments. And tomorrow, I don't know if bylaws are on the agenda, but if they are, certainly we can take comments.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for being here tonight to walk us through this. Look forward to the public hearing and look forward to town meeting.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, everyone. Bye-bye.
Yep. Good night, Carrie. I think the chief has got my
I
Bob.
don't have your anything, sir. What do you need?
I guess I was just wondering who we need to move out to continue with the I guess, Bob, I'm going to move you back out.
Okay, have a good night.
Yeah. And Lori, going to move you back out. And I think we're good to go.
Yep, good job, everybody.
Okay. This brings us to reports. Obviously, as opportunity
Chair,
board members.
I
Yes,
had one
Scott.
question on the remaining warrant articles. If
What
it's
was that?
appropriate.
Sure,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So, John, at the beginning, you talking with the moderator over moving town meeting, and implying that it's in the charter, the citizens petition to move it, would that necessitate then starting the process of changing the charter?
In the bylaw. It's a bylaw, not
In
the
the
charter.
bylaw, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Bylaw? Okay.
Yeah. Bylaw,
And-
simple change at town meeting.
And then finally, for the last article on the Brave Act.
Yeah, we're actually going to discuss that at a subsequent, when we go through
Yeah, we
the
have
review and
under
close
new
of the warrant.
business.
Under new
Okay.
business.
Good, I had a question on that, so I can wait till then. All right.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Scott. Reports. I was just going to say, considering the lateness of the hour, board members, I'm certainly going to give everyone an opportunity, but I would ask perhaps be brief so we can move on to other business that we have still on our agenda tonight. Kristen Wickstead.
Hey. Council on Aging meeting, I already mentioned it. The senior center is working on some ideas for Buell Northborough. They're getting a new director soon, so we look forward to seeing who that is. But they got a new program coordinator. Her name is Linda Namar, and she's evidently a big hit. I'm not surprised because I know Linda a little bit. Everyone loves her. She works really hard. They have to remind her to go home. There are 2 open spots on Council on Aging if anyone's interested. Lots of emails about the packet being available earlier. And I'm still not sure how our packet is different from the packet that the residents get. So maybe we could talk about that another time. A lot of emails about the ARPA money, but we're going to discuss that, and I will just move on. My quote is, "Knowledge is limited, imagination encircles the world." Albert Einstein.
Thank you, Kristen.
Thanks.
Julianne.
Yes, well, I just want to follow up on what Kristen said, and we are receiving lots of emails about the packet. So would you kindly put that on an agenda for a future meeting so we can just discuss the pros and cons of having it made available earlier? I'd just like to comment that tonight's packet was 120 pages, and to expect a resident to look at it at 6 o'clock when they get home from work is a bit much. And I just want to say again that I hope that we can soon meet the facilities manager and get some information about the status of our municipal buildings, especially as we start spending some of the ARPA money. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Julianne. Scott Rogers.
Anything I would report was we have it scheduled for under new business, so nothing new to report.
Thank you, Scott. Leslie.
Okay, I'll make this snappy. Please check the Boroughs Cares for Troops Facebook page for a complete list of the items needed. It's quite comprehensive, and I thank them for putting that together. I also appreciate when the fire department and some of our firefighters actually post information about the incidents that they handle. And they also recognize the mutual aid that is given. And I think it's a great thing for residents to see the kind of work that our department does. Let's see. I attended the Northborough School Committee meeting on March 2nd, and that was where they voted to revise the lifting of the mask mandate for K to 5. Originally, it was going to be lifted on March 14th, and they moved it back to March 3rd. So all of our schools are now maskless. Also heard more information on the Proctor School roof. It's interesting to hear discussion about the downspouts, the fact that they've actually separated from the building, that they are all cast iron, and they plan to replace those with PVC piping. So it was really interesting to hear and see some pictures of that. And also the DPW received a nice comment that I saw where they were very pleased, not only with the plowing, but with the fact that I guess in the wind, a tree had fallen onto someone's yard and DPW came back the next day and cut it up, took care of it. So that ends my report.
Thank you, Leslie. I have no report this evening. John?
No report.
Okay. That brings us to public comment. Anyone who's connected to the Zoom application, please raise your hand if you wish to be heard during public comment. When we bring you in, we'll ask you to state your full name and address, and then you will have 3 minutes to present your concern. We do not take topics for deliberation and decision by the board under public comment, but if there's a simple informational question the town staff can readily provide an answer to, we try to do that. We do ask everyone participating here, while we might not agree on things in all cases, is working toward the betterment of the town. So we ask everyone to please present your concerns in a courteous and respectful and professional manner. So with that said, first up, I have Marilee Borden.
Hi, how are you?
Good evening.
This is Marilee Borden, 63 Little Pond Road. So at tonight's meeting, the board is being asked to consider the release of $2.2 million in ARPA resources to fund capital budget projects. And I have concerns about the process by which Northborough is deciding how to spend this once in a lifetime cash windfall that really could and should have a transformative impact on our town. First, I want to note the language in the ARPA guidance. The Treasury, quote, urges state and local governments to engage their constituents and communities in developing plans to use these payments, given the scale of funding and potential to catalyze broader economic recovery and rebuilding. As far as I know, our local constituents have not been engaged in this process. I certainly haven't seen or heard anything. And given that I run the Northborough Guide, I tend to be pretty in the know about these things. So then I started to think that maybe it's just not realistic, maybe it's guidance, but it's not actually what's happening in practice. So I hopped on Google and did a quick search for the phrase Massachusetts Towns ARPA Survey. I urge you guys to do the same, because what I found is pages and pages and pages of links to other towns in our state who are soliciting input from their constituents via surveys, public hearings, forums, and more. Just a couple of examples that I came across. The town of Southborough is forming a committee of various constituents whose charter is to provide recommendations to the select board on how to spend their ARPA funding. The committee has a year to solicit input from town departments, boards, and committees, and they're tasked with soliciting input from the community through surveys and public forums. They've also been tasked with developing an evaluation tool to rank proposals for funding. In Northampton this fall, they pushed out a survey in both English and Spanish, where respondents were asked about their mental health, access to the COVID vaccine, childcare, income, employment, and other potential challenges, especially relevant in the past 2 years, all in an effort to identify how and where they were struggling. Westboro hired a consulting company to help with the process of soliciting input and ensuring the proper use of funds. Hudson held a series of town forums, as did Spencer and Sturbridge. Framingham is holding a series of meetings. Even the town of Monterey, whose award was only $138,000, has said it's imperative that those in the community have the opportunity to make their voices heard on potential uses of funding. So just a sampling of how other Massachusetts communities are managing the process. I took a look at the GFOA guidance on ARPA and was struck by their suggestion that adequate time should be taken to carefully consider all alternatives for the prudent use of ARPA funding prior to committing the resources to ensure the best use of the temporary funding. Given that we have until the end of 2024 to decide how and where this money should be spent, I hope that the board will consider taking the GFOA advice, not vote to appropriate these funds tonight. Instead, we should find out where the needs exist by listening to our constituents, carefully consider a multitude of opportunities, and ultimately decide on how and where this money can have the greatest long-term impact on our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilee. Next up, I have Laura Zeiton.
Hi, Laura Zeiton, 17 Franklin Circle. It's tough to top Marilee's comments because a lot of what I'm going to share is very similar to what she said. My goal is just to have community engagement in terms of what is being decided on for the use of these funds. And I hope that the selectmen will hold off on making a vote on how to appropriate that money until we have the feedback from the community. There's never been a public hearing or really any selectmen deliberation about what they want to see for that. So thank you for listening. I appreciate you considering this and have a great night.
Thank you, Laura. Anyone else for public comment? I have Jay Cahill. Is that Jean?
Hi, yes, it is. Can you hear me?
Hi, Jean. Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I just looked over the list of what was being proposed to spend that money on, and it seems like it's a lot of things that we normally fund as appropriations at town meeting. So I'm wondering why this one-time unprecedented gift to the town of money is being used for something that we would normally fund out of our normal operating year-to-year capital planning. And I see that right now we're at a really critical juncture in terms of our state climate goals. We're kind of doing things as we've always done them. And what I don't see in this ARPA proposed use of the funds is anything about electric vehicle charging, electric vehicles that we could be using as municipal vehicles, light duty, medium duty trucks. We're not seeing anything about getting more solar up on our municipal buildings or using this money in any kind of climate responsive capacity. So, and also at this time, I mean, we're just inundated in the news daily with the risk, the financial risk, the geopolitical risk that we're under because of our continued reliance on fuels that have an incredibly unstable pricing. And this has great economic impacts for the town and for our ability to meet our budgets going forward. And we just don't know what the future is going to look like. If we're on a more stable form of energy, we will have more predictable budgets. So I would like to see us reconsider to hold off and reconsider how we're allocating this money, and especially in light of the climate risks that we're under and our 2030, the necessity of us to meet a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. And I would also just bring your attention to the fact that the state is now incentivizing electric vehicles and medium duty trucks to the tune of $7,500 to $90,000 in more EV rebates. And I didn't identify my address, 1 Thayer Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Next up, I have Mitch Cohen.
Hi, everybody. Mitch Cohen, 12 Whitney Street. I was going to comment about the public input on ARPA funds and the use of 80% of the funds for standard capital, but I don't want to repeat what others have already said so well. I do want to make an unrelated comment about the board's agenda format. Public comment is so late that this meeting has already been going about 3 hours before public comment began. Not everyone has a schedule allowing participation so late. Please consider moving public comment to the start of your meeting so you don't exclude so many from the ability to participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. Next up, I have John Wickstead.
Hi, this is John Wickstead, 2 Sturbrook Lane. I would echo Mitch's comments and previous comments about the use of ARPA funds for capital expenditures that would otherwise be funded under regular tax expenditures, particularly in light of the fact that ARPA funds have been explicitly excluded from tax decreases. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Anyone else? John Wickstead, I still see your hand up. There it is. Okay, gone. Thank you. Last call. And seeing none. Public comment is closed. Thank you all for your participation and input. This brings us to new business. And the first item is the review and approval of draft legislative priorities letter. John Codere, Town Administrator.
So in your packet is the revised legislative priorities letter. This is what we intend to send out to our legislative delegation prior to them coming to meet with the board at your meeting on March 28th. We reviewed the items at your last meeting. It had some discussion. So this is the updated letter with the latest and greatest information in it. I did want to point out one thing. I had sent out a communication, very excited that the governor had included in a supplemental budget for fiscal 2022 an extra $100 million in Chapter 90 funds. However, I regret to report back to you now that the House did not take up that piece of it. So when they come in, that'd be an interesting conversation. I do know that they're talking about adding some additional Chapter 90 funds for fiscal 2023. So maybe that's what they're planning to do, but very disappointing to see that it didn't get included in the House version that went to the Senate. So Chapter 90 funds are included in here. The balance of local aid, Student Opportunity Act, circuit breaker, regional transportation, and unrestricted general government aid. We did update on unrestricted general government aid. One of the things that we wanted to point out was what the state is using as the base upon which to calculate the 2.7% increase is really not, it's the old target number and not what they actually received. So in here is an explanation of how the municipalities across the state are actually being shortchanged by the calculation of the increase, or the methodology of the calculation of the increase from the state aid. Balance of the article, or the items, are the same. We did add in bill numbers. If you look on page 5, so an act creating a municipal and public safety authority. So there are bills that are looking to create essentially the equivalent of the school building authority, or the Mass Board of Library Commissioners grant program for buildings, specifically for public safety and municipal buildings. We have had several conversations with our delegation around the need to have some assistance, particularly with regard to fire stations. They're very expensive. The balance of this, again, it's the same items, it's just been updated. One thing that we did do differently is we added on the back, there's 3 pages that are added at the end that I wouldn't send to the governor specifically, because this letter goes to the governor as well as our delegation. But one of the things that we found very frustrating lately is if you're watching the paper, you see through the various supplemental bills that are going through the legislature, a number of earmarks that are out there for, particularly for dams and culverts. Everybody seems to be able to get items into those bills for earmarks for their communities. And I can assure you, it's not for a lack of trying. We're sort of in transition with our delegation at the moment. As you know, we're losing both senators. One is going to have to move to a different district. The other's retiring. We're losing one of our representatives, and the only representative that we will still have is Megan Kilcoyne, who represents 2 out of 4 districts. So what we did in this version of the letter is, just so there's no question about it, we added in a half a dozen projects that, should earmarks become available, this would give our delegation sufficient description of what they are and how much it costs, and to let them know that these are needs in Northborough. So if there's an opportunity for them to request an earmark, they can go right to this and pull it out and plug it in. Oftentimes when they do call for earmarks, it's literally it's a matter of like an hour or 2 that you have to respond to provide them information to get in there. Whether or not it comes out and survives the review process is another story, because they happen behind closed doors. We don't see it. But the items that we've included in here, just so they have them, is assistance with the fire station building project, water meter transmitter replacement, the Lincoln Street culvert replacement, the Northborough Reservoir Dam removal. That's a project that's close to $1 million that we're seeking grants for as well. The SCADA system. This is the remote monitoring for our water and sewer. And then sidewalk repair projects. We're always seeking funds to do, investments in terms of capital for our roadways and our sidewalks. So there can be no question now in terms of our communication regarding potential earmarks or what would be priorities for the town. And if you look at these, what we tried to do is give them a range, everything from $1 million, dam removal to, meter replacement assistance at $240,000. So that's a little bit different than what we've done in years past, but I do think it's important that we have a conversation with our delegation about how do we get these earmarks, because they seem to happen magically, and by magic, it happens based on the clout that you have and what happens behind closed doors, because their discussions don't take place openly. They're not required and not held by the public records law or the open meeting law at the legislature. So they have all their discussions in private and they come out and they vote. So you never know what actually happened or transpired. So that is a new development in terms of just the format of the letter that I think would be helpful for us in case anybody wanted to comment on that. So that's the revised letter. What we'd ask for you tonight, if you've had a chance to look at it, if there's anything that you want to discuss, we certainly can. But the typical request at this stage, assuming everything is acceptable, would be to authorize the chairman to make any final edits and to sign the letter and send it off. The key here is we want to get it to our delegation tomorrow, so they have a full 2 weeks to look at it, so that when they come in to meet with us, they know what we are seeking in terms of priorities and what we intend to discuss with them. So that's the updated draft legislative priorities.
Thank you very much, John. Appreciate the updates and also the earmark wish list. And as you pointed out, our representation is in transition, and we perhaps don't have at the moment the same kind of influence that we might have enjoyed previously. So whatever we can do to try to secure some additional funding for any of these things is certainly welcome. Members of the board, any questions? Leslie?
Yeah, thank you, John. And I do like this a lot, that you have done this earmark project request list. I think that's great. It just gives them more information, a little bit more detail. They can kind of get down and dirty as far as what Northborough views as important. And I particularly like the emphasis on the commission would be similar to the MSBA in terms of municipal buildings, and also the sidewalk repair project, and having the same look and feel of the roadway one. So, and it emphasizes to them that this is important to us as well. So I appreciate seeing this. This is great information. Thank you.
It certainly provides a lot of credibility, considering that we have this depth of information and this presentation for them. Very commonly, our legislative delegates comment favorably on this communication because they say it is so clear, it lays everything out for our town. It's very easy for them to reference, and they don't get quite the same kind of presentation from a lot of the other towns they serve. So certainly to our benefit to provide. Any further questions or comments? Julianne?
Yes, so at the last meeting, I suggested that we look at the automated traffic enforcement bills. And this afternoon, John, you were kind enough to send out an email explaining why you decided not to add this to our list. And just for future reference, I'd like to understand what this means. You wrote, it appears these bills are geared more toward densely populated urban areas. Okay, that's a given, but there was one bill that that allowed for a camera per 2,500 people. So that would have applied to us. But the rest of it, I don't understand. And given the lack of vetting and public disclosure locally surrounding this legislation, it is not recommended for inclusion in the town's legislative priorities. So what would you have liked to have seen to include that topic on our legislative priorities?
Yeah, so everything that's included in this letter are things that universally the town has been in favor of. They tend to be a lot of recurring or standard items And so I just caution that if you're going to include something like a traffic enforcement, there was no discussion of it leading up to it at all. There was no public discussion about this. Everything else that's in here has been discussed publicly extensively over oftentimes years. So you certainly can include anything you would like in if the board chooses to in there. But this legislation is going through alterations. It's making its way through. We didn't know very much about it. Just based on your comment at the last meeting, we pulled together some information and sent it out. So, but there's been no discussion about whether or not this is something that, as a town, that we'd be interested, or even as a board, you'd be interested in pursuing. So, so that's why at this point we just didn't put it into this draft. If the board would like to put it in there or change that, that's certainly within their purview.
So what you're suggesting is that we talk about this during the course of the year and try to elicit some resident feedback about this?
If this is something, yeah, if this is something I think the board's interested in pursuing, then normally, again, what's in this letter is typically the things that are most important to us and that are really not anything controversial. So.
Okay.
I think it's an interesting point, Julianne, that you make, or raising that particular item, but I don't think I feel myself in this short period of time that I understand it well enough, or that I have any certainty that it's something that would apply or perhaps have unintended consequences in our own municipality. So with those uncertainties in my mind, it's not something that I would want to advocate for in this letter at this time.
Well, and I actually would agree. So if you don't mind, at an agenda, as an added agenda item in the future, could we have a good conversation with our police department about it, and here's some pros and cons. So I thank you for your explanations.
Sure, thank you. Any other comments, questions, board members? Seeing none, do I have a motion? Is there a motion?
Chair, I move the board vote to authorize the chair and the town administrator to finalize and sign the legislative priorities letter and supplemental earmark requests for discussion with our state legislative delegation at the March 28th board meeting.
Second.
Moved by Leslie Rutan, seconded by Kristen Wickstead. This is a roll call vote. Kristen Wickstead.
Aye.
Julianne Hirsch.
Aye.
Scott Rogers.
Aye.
Leslie Rutan.
Aye.
And I, Jason Pro, vote aye. Carries unanimously. Guess that means I need to go into town hall tomorrow and sign something. Next item, presentation of fiscal year 2023 capital budget and fiscal year 2023 ARPA funding plan authorization. John Coder.
Right. Bear with me. Oh. All right. I know the hour is late. I did put together a presentation. I did update it as well. For continuity, I kept a lot of the slides in the presentation from the last update that I did to the board on January 24th. If you recall, back then, we had just received the final rule about ARPA funding that was released on January 6th, 2022. And so I've included a lot of those. Hang on one second. Does not seem to want to advance. So I did include those slides in here just for continuity, because folks may or may not have seen that presentation, and that presentation was 2 hours long. So I don't want to run through all of those again, but I did want to keep them. There we go. So the original presentation has the overview, the funding categories, talks about the new replacement model. And so I'm going to move forward through these and get down to the last two bullet items on here, the pandemic budget reductions and ultimately the proposed ARPA projects and initiatives. So the background information on what ARPA is and how it came to be is included in here. The bottom line for the town of Northborough is that through the municipal allocation and the county allocation, we have $4.5 million that has come to us through this funding source. It covers, as we talked about, multiple fiscal years. One of the things that we've done is we haven't rushed out. We were waiting to get the final rule from the U.S. Treasury Department, which just came through, as I said, on January 6th. But again, the funding must be obligated by December of 2024 and fully expended by December of 2026. So what we're looking at is ARPA spending over fiscal 23 and 24. So tonight, we're just talking about fiscal 23, which would be the first tranche of the funding. These are the categories. We covered this previously. Ineligible uses listed out here as well. I'm not going to go through those tonight. The one big change that we were waiting for that came through on the final rule on January 6th was the so-called standard deduction of $10 million. So any municipality receiving 10 million or less does not need to go through and meet the individual categories and does not need to meet a very elaborate, complicated revenue replacement formula. So as one of those communities, we have our funding and it can be used for any municipal use. So anything that we would normally spend money on, these funds can be used for. Somebody mentioned the GFOA guidelines earlier. So GFOA does have funding guidelines. Their caution is not to just take and spend all the money, but to spread out the funding over 2 years, which is exactly what we're proposing here as part of the presentation tonight. We're looking at fiscal 2023 expenditures, and then there will be a second round for fiscal 2024, particularly as we start to learn what other funding is available and how ARPA funds can be used and leveraged against a lot of the infrastructure funding that's coming forward right now. So I do want to touch base on this because this is really the linchpin when we talk about ARPA funding. And under the original or under the ARPA plan, the big component is to be able to use it to replace revenues that were lost during the pandemic. And I think it's important to remind everybody how we got through this pandemic. First of all, we cut operating budgets to 1%. We also used one-time revenues. We used free cash. We stopped putting money in the stabilization fund for 2 consecutive years. We also postponed a significant amount of capital projects. Now, this was all part of a structured approach to how we were going to get through the pandemic. And the idea was to postpone expenses that could be postponed without impacting direct services immediately. The other piece of it was to free up some liquidity so that we had resources available to us to deal with everything from the immediate responses to vaccinations. Now, we didn't know at the time that the state, the federal government rather, was going to come forward with any meaningful aid. We had hoped it would. But we postponed capital in fiscal 21. Budgets were tight. We did not have a significant amount of free cash. So we postponed capital investments in year 2. The other thing that we did, and we talked about this in our December meeting for the financial trend monitoring, is we postponed making contributions to our OPEB trust fund to the tune of $1.1 million, actually. So that was one of the things we talked about, needing to get that back into the operating budget. So from a standpoint of the ARPA funding coming in, one of the things that should be a priority is restoration of what was actually cut when the pandemic hit so that we didn't have to impact our services. And what was cut was primarily capital investments, OPEB trust funds, in addition to some operating budgets. When it comes to a spending strategy, there's been a comment of, we haven't reached out to the community. We have two long-range strategic plans. We have a 6-year capital improvement plan, which has been severely impacted by postponement due to the reduction in free cash throughout the pandemic. And the other is we just completed, a 18+ month master plan, which basically had outreach to the community on all aspects of our community, including, you heard somebody mention, sustainability, there's walkability, there's open space, transportation, everything. And from that, we have a list of strategic goals and objectives, which the Master Plan Implementation Committee is working through right now. So in terms of spending priorities, we have what was cut from the budget that should get restored. And then you also have a master plan that the Master Plan Implementation Committee has identified. There are two, and they voted these formally, there are two priorities: is a downtown master plan and the pieces that go along with that, and a sidewalk master plan and complete streets initiative. So those were the two components that came out. But we just finished a comprehensive outreach, surveys, focus groups. I can't even count the number of meetings and public outreach about what this community would like to see. And so two things that we're looking at, again, are coming directly out of that process that we just completed. So that's the thought process that went behind some of this. So I'm going to talk about the updated slide. So at your meeting on January 24th, what we had done is we had looked at what do we have for available ARPA funds and what do we have this year for available free cash. And then we listed out all the project requests that we had received from boards, committees, and departments around ARPA and around the capital improvement plan. And again, what you're seeing in that list are a lot of the projects that got postponed throughout 2 years of the pandemic. So we have a 6-year capital improvement plan, and the idea is to smooth out those investments on a regular basis. And what we try to do with our equipment is we try to use available funds to replace that equipment on an ongoing basis. When the pandemic hit, we pulled back on those available funds, that free cash, and we postponed a significant amount of capital. So what we have now is a bunch up, a bubble of capital that's backlogged. So had it not been for the pandemic, most of that capital would have been funded and purchased, and we wouldn't have this backlog. So that's why the 6-year capital improvement plan and that focus is critical. And again, the 6-year capital improvement plan is all departments, school department, about what are the capital needs for planning purposes. So that's why that is heavily relied upon. So you have that list. It's about $4.3 million in total. Now, the two columns to the right are how things have shaken out. So the Financial Planning Committee is reviewing and finalizing the capital budget. The town meeting warrant right now includes these projects in that second from the right column, this one that says, where is it? So town meeting free cash. So these are the projects that we would traditionally think of as the capital budget. So out of the 6-year capital improvement plan, the upcoming year to be funded at town meeting is the capital budget. So these are the projects that are included in the town meeting warrant right now to be funded with free cash. Now we get to the column on the right, which is where we're going to spend some time talking about. And this is potential Board of Selectmen vote to release ARPA funding. And so these projects, some of them come out of the capital plan, and some of them come out of the Master Plan Implementation Committee priority. And then others have come forward as part of the process as we have looked at available grants and leveraging ARPA funding towards those available grants. And a good example of that is the affordable housing project that John Campbell spoke to tonight. there was a request for $100,000 to make their $2.44 million project viable. The only thing that's included in the operating budget for out of ARPA funds, or that's being suggested, is the 2003 subsidy for the OPEB trust fund. As I said, we had postponed $1 million of contribution into that, and we need to get that back into the budget base. There's a couple other projects here, the Assabet fence and pickleball alternates that I'd like to talk about with you, but I'm going to run through these quickly. The one thing that in here is not requesting a release of funds at this point is the COVID expense reserve. As you know, FEMA is covering 100% of vaccination clinic expenses. We had submissions for reimbursements from the CARES Act, but we don't ultimately know whether or not FEMA or the federal government is going to reject any of the requests for reimbursement. So oftentimes if we have a storm, we submit for reimbursement for that storm, and inevitably FEMA or MEMA will reject some of the costs that we've asked for reimbursement for. So the other piece is, right now we're in a lull, but just a couple of months ago we had another spike with Omicron and COVID. We were back almost ready to lock down again, and so as we go through this, we've been able to get a significant amount of grant funds to deal with the health-related aspects of the pandemic. If that changes, we're going to want a reserve. So let me run through these for you. And again, I'm going to run through the ARPA funding requests. I don't know why it freezes up like that on me sometimes. It just does. So when we talked about the backlog in capital, we had a couple of things happen to us. We had several years bunch up with capital because we postponed, and then the next year we didn't have available resources to put towards capital. And then we had, in the case of the fire station building project, because of the contamination at the site, that project has been postponed. So as we look out in the capital plan, we're trying to deal with the backlog, and then we're looking at what are other significant projects that are coming in a year or two out. And fire station, the fire engine replacement was one of those. So as the fire station project is postponed and will come to town meeting, not this year, but likely next year, in April of 2023, it would put this fire engine, which was scheduled for replacement in fiscal 2024, at the same time. And so where we have available funds, and ultimately it all comes out of the taxpayers' bill anyway. And one of the reasons why we do the capital investments the way we do is using free cash. It doesn't create additional tax impact. So here we have a $800,000 apparatus that's going to need to be replaced in the capital plan in fiscal 2024. And the idea is, if we use ARPA funding to clear that, what we're really doing is we're clearing out this backlog of capital, and we're creating budget capacity and debt capacity in terms of taxpayer impact for that significant fire station building project that's going to be coming. So that's the rationale behind this. This engine is going to need to be replaced next year, one way or another. You can pay cash for it using ARPA and avoid issuing debt for it and financing it. Or you can, you can either pay cash for it, or next year we're going to wind up financing it with debt at the same time that we're looking at a large building project. And so there's the explanation of this fire engine replacement. Again, this didn't fall out of the sky. This is on a 20-year replacement cycle, and it's due to be replaced in 2024. So if you don't fund this with ARPA funding, then we are going to wind up bringing this project forward. At the same time, we're looking at a $15–16 million fire station building project, and it's all going to have to be funded with debt, which then will just have a tax impact. Funded with ARPA, there will be no additional tax impact for this. The second project that is scheduled out in fiscal 2024-25 is a required DEP regulatory compliance issue. And it has to do with our highway garage. Our highway garage is where we house all of our vehicles when we're plowing snow. They're covered in salt. We wash those vehicles to get the corrosive salt off of them. It goes down a drain, it goes into the septic. That's not allowed. And DEP has put us on notice that this needs to be remedied. So again, this is a capital project that we are going to do because we have no choice. It is necessary. And so if we use ARPA funding to do it, again, it clears out that capital slate to allow more room for other capital projects moving forward. And those capital projects can be related to the downtown, for instance. But this project will get done, has to be done because we're out of compliance with DEP. And so you can pay cash for this project, or you can finance it with debt next year along with the fire engine. So again, the idea is from a capital standpoint, we are able to get most of the backlog worked through with the free cash available funds. And then we're talking about two significant projects that are coming forward in next year that will either have to be financed with debt, because we aren't going to generate this amount of free cash. On a typical year, we usually have about $1 million, $1.5 million to put towards pay-as-you-go capital. These are large projects that are going to need to be funded with debt if we don't pay with available funds. The third project that's in here, you heard at your last meeting, the superintendent came in and he made a presentation on the statement of interest for the Proctor School roof. So the picture to the right is an aerial photo of the roof. The really dark black areas are the flat sections of the roof. The light gray are the peaked sections of the roof. So several years ago, we replaced the peak sections with metal roofing, and the rubber membrane, the flat section, was scheduled to then be replaced subsequently. So we have submitted a request into the Massachusetts School Building Assistance, and they are the School Building Authority, and they would partner with us on this, and the anticipated match is approximately 45%. And so the total project is about 1.5 or 1.6 million. So in previous presentation that I did for you back in January, one of the things was to take care of this significant capital expense facilities need of the schools out of the fiscal 2024 second half of ARPA funding. But what you heard from the superintendent at your meeting is there's an immediate need for repairs to the downspouts and to make some immediate repairs to that roof while we wait for MSBA's response as to whether or not they will collaborate with us on the replacement of this entire roof. So that's why this funding is being requested. And this was just brought to us by the school department as part of this roof project assessment that they just went through. So the suggestion is releasing these funds allows them to buy some time to hear back from MSBA, and hopefully we'll have a partner and a grant for approximately $800,000 to $900,000 to complete that actual roof replacement. This piece here, we have just completed a sidewalk master plan. And so essentially, just like we have for the pavement management plan, where we have inventoried and graded every road in town, we have completed a similar project for every sidewalk in this community. So we know where all the sidewalks are. There's a small map here, and they're color coded between excellent, good, fair, and poor. So these are the existing sidewalks that we have now. You've heard me talk about, as we, in the context of adding new sidewalks and walkability being the second top priority that came out of the Master Plan Implementation Committee. Well, you've heard me say, well, one of the things we need to do is get an assessment and understand the condition and the needs of the existing sidewalks before we start building new sidewalks. And what this complete assessment and inventory has told us is that we have a backlog of about $1.5 million of existing sidewalks throughout the town that are in poor or fair condition. And so just to sort of set the table for folks, again, where did this come from? This is the second highest priority coming out of the master plan process, is sidewalks and walkability. So we have the inventory of what exists now in an assessment. And then, as you know, in February of this year, the town received a Mass DOT Complete Grants Award of $35,200 to do a comprehensive plan prioritizing and focusing really on gaps and needs for new sidewalks primarily. So that process has been funded. The board's accepted those funds, and that process will play out throughout this calendar year. In the meantime, what we have is we have $1.5 million of backlog of sidewalk work that needs to be done. And so the proposal here is between fiscal 23 and fiscal 24 that we use some of these ARPA funds to deal with the backlog of sidewalks that are in poor condition, to move us up and get us in a position so that we then are able to focus on building new sidewalks and gaps and new initiatives. It's very difficult to build a new sidewalk for $350,000 when you have $1.5 million of sidewalks that need work. This, again, this is the reason why the legislative priorities letter that we just talked about, our top priority for the last 5 or 6 years has been additional Chapter 90 funding from the state to deal with the backlog of streets and sidewalks and infrastructure work that needs to be done. So initially in fiscal 23, the request is for $400,000 to allow us to immediately go in and start fixing some of those poor and fair condition roads. Now, looking forward, out of the master plan, the sidewalk master plan, is a similar graph to what you've seen with our roadways. And it shows different funding levels and what the overall rating impact will be for our sidewalks. So again, 0 to 100. And right now, our sidewalks overall, the condition rating is about a 72. If we put no money in, that condition rating will continue to plummet. And you have various funding scenarios, 100,000 a year, 200,000 or 300,000. At an absolute minimum, we need to be putting in $200,000 a year more than we are right now to stabilize and prevent sidewalks from deteriorating further. If you want to make forward progress in dealing with this, you really need to be looking at something on the order of $300,000 of sidewalk-specific investments annually. So again, this ask is specifically to start immediately chipping away at the backlog, so then we can start moving faster towards the conversations about where would we like to add sidewalks or enhance some of this. And by the way, it's not all just, it's not two completely separate processes, because there are opportunities once we complete our prioritization plan to seek grant funding through the Complete Streets program to do things like fix existing sidewalks, but add sidewalks and gaps and so forth. But this is a very, when you look at this, this is a very significant infrastructure need. And again, it's a sidewalks and walkability and extension is a top priority that came out of the master plan and been voted as a top priority by the Master Plan Implementation Committee. So that's why this is included in this ask. And it is more than just, it's more than just asking for funding to fix some sidewalks or to make repairs. You know, this is an opportunity. We talk about an opportunity here, but this is a chance to chip away significantly at this backlog and put us in a position as a community to be working on one of these funding plans where we're able to start talking about adding more sidewalks and filling in gaps and making the types of investments that the master plan indicates the community would like to see. So having a vision and knowing what you want is one thing. Having a legitimate, viable funding plan to get you there is another. And right now, when we talk about roadways in general and sidewalks as part of those roadways, we are underfunded significantly. In the legislative priorities letter, there's a figure in there that shows since the legislature hasn't increased their funding for Chapter 90 for infrastructure and roadways, the buying power has been decreased by over 42% because the funding hasn't increased, but yet the expenses has. So that's where this project came from, directly out of the vote of the Master Plan Implementation Committee as a second highest priority for the community. This project you heard about again from John Campbell. One of the things that ARPA funds are great for is that there are going to be funding that's available that just sort of pops up. There's a lot of infrastructure money and a lot of grant programs that are going to be showing up. And one of the preferred uses of ARPA is to use it to leverage against grants that are out there and available. So DHCD, the Department of Housing Community Development, literally just contacted housing authorities and said, we've got this pool of money and it's limited. It may not be there. It likely isn't going to be there next year. But if you're in a position and you can come up with match to fund, we'll give you up to $800,000 to create a new affordable housing. So the Northborough Affordable Housing Corp worked with the Housing Authority, who met and worked with the Community Preservation Committee to patch funding together to try to get there. And one of their asks as part of our ARPA planning process through the departments was, can the town through ARPA contribute some money into this project so that we aren't draining and using all CPC? It shows also when these projects go to DHCD, it shows a little bit of skin in the game from multiple players. The housing authorities putting money in, the CPCs putting money in. In this case, ARPA funding would be made available. The total project cost is $2.44 million. So this ask was included back when we talked about this in January 24th. Rick Leaf has made many comments and requests, and it's been discussed at the Community Preservation Committee meetings that this was something that's being requested. The one item that is in the operating budget, in other words, we're not using ARPA funding to expand staffing and services because frankly, that's not sustainable. It would create an unfunded create a structural deficit. And just like we don't use one-time free cash and one-time revenues into the operating budget, unless it's done in a sustainable way, that's why we aren't, through what's being proposed use for fiscal 2023 ARPA, isn't going into the operating budget, with the exception of this. And the reason is, and we talked about this in your meeting in December, we normally put $550,000 into our OPEB trust fund every year. We have to make that contribution to lower our unfunded liability. We postponed that for 2 years. That was one of the quick and easy ways that we dealt with the shortfall that came through our revenues with the pandemic without directly and immediately impacting our services. And you heard me say, in your personal life, it's no different than if you lost your job, first thing you do is stop contributing to your retirement plan. But once you got back on your feet and back on track, you then need to get back contributing to your retirement plan. In this case, we need to get back into the base budget $550,000 for our OPEB trust fund. So in the fiscal 23 budget that we modeled and we showed you the forecast back in December, on December 20th of 2021, we said, if we put it all in this year, it's going to cause a spike in the tax impact. And we're already dealing with a significant tax impact for fiscal 23 because of escalating home values. And so we said, we're going to put $300,000 into the tax base, raise it through taxes, and then use $250,000 in one-time ARPA funding to get us to where we need to be for this year. And then in fiscal 2024, that $250,000 that you're showing up on this slide here, then would also be put into the tax base. And then we'd be back to where we were pre-pandemic. So you postponed making these contributions in order to manage the shortfall in revenues. Now we have the aid and the revenues are returning. We need to get that funding back into the operating budget. And this is how we're saying we can do it. The alternative would be, don't use it for this. And we would put the full amount in the tax base, and we'd be looking at an even higher, even more significant tax impact on the residents. So we're trying to, again, smooth these out. You postpone it to get through the crisis, and then you have to have a plan for getting it back into the operating budget. That plan, as we outlined back in December, included using ARPA funding to smooth the impact as we put it back into the tax base. So that's why that's been included. And again, I go back to the slide where what we did to cut to get through the pandemic should be the first things that we're restoring in order to make those whole. Because the alternative is, if you don't spend this money on that capital, if you don't use it for this, all those expenses now are going to load forward. If you spend the money on something else, these all load forward. It's all going to land on the tax impact for the residents. These two are two that kind of came in at the 11th hour. And as John Campbell from the Community Preservation Committee mentioned, there's $20,000 currently in one of the articles for the fencing at Assabet Park. And the reason why these two are in here and being suggested for ARPA funding is that both the Assabet Park and the pickleball project were in process of being bid out during the pandemic. And they were victims of supply chain shortages and significant cost escalations. And so there wasn't enough money in the project to replace the fencing. And in the pickleball project, there's not enough money for the benches and the gates between all of the courts. So those and a couple of other things that weren't able to be funded. And so since these two shortfalls they don't qualify for inclusion in the capital budget because they're too small. They're being suggested that they are the direct result of the pandemic, that we can use ARPA funds to make these two projects whole so that they can be done the way they were originally conceived of. And again, the pricing is through no fault of the DPW when this was bid out. There were a lot of things that were caught in the supply chain escalation, and these were two of them. So if this was released, then the warrant article from the CPC for the $20,000 would get deleted. We wouldn't spend time at town meeting talking about this, and it would allow the CPC to have that little bit of extra cushion back into their reserves for other projects that they would rather be spending the money on. So that's where these two projects came from. They're already in the pipeline. They've already been bid out. The Assabet Park is under construction, and the pickleball is on its way. And if you're going to, particularly with the pickleball, it's always more expensive to try to come back and fix these things afterwards, to add benches afterwards, go in and dig up and put gates in after the fact. So that's why these two are being brought forward. I want to remind folks also in terms of the pandemic response, because we talk about how did the town get through the pandemic. FEMA reimbursement covered our vaccination clinics. We have been extremely successful in obtaining grants to deal with the pandemic impacts. $300,000 for the next over 3 years, so that's $300,000 each year for the Health Excellence Grant Award. We got 2 years of $160,000 grant funding for contact tracing. We got $50,000. It's not on this slide, so we just obtained it from the Metro West Health Foundation for test kits for the community. Throughout the entire pandemic, all of our task force, including the school department, the family youth services, the senior center, we on a weekly basis looked at community needs to make sure that we were meeting the needs for food insecurity, housing, counseling services, outreach. All of that stuff went through the pandemic without a hitch. So in terms of the discussion, you had a separate presentation at your last Board of Selectmen meeting where we talked about these the responses and everything that's been done. And when we met with the COVID task force, and we asked what is missing and what in terms of services these various departments would be seeking, that's when we conceived of, and we talked about it on January 24th, and you had a full presentation on this at your last Board of Selectmen's meeting, is the Be Well Northborough initiative. And so this is the townwide health wellness program that that's being suggested. So this was a staff-driven initiative. So basically, the department heads got together and they said, rather than us going to the Board of Selectmen or some other venue and asking for $10,000 here, $15,000 there between the library, the senior center, the Board of Health, Family Youth Services, the Recreation Department, they said, let's do a comprehensive, coordinated approach to programming to try to jumpstart getting the community out of the pandemic sort of doldrums, where people are feeling isolated and really desiring communication and connection. And the other is that we have a great deal of resources that we have available for, counseling and outreach and assistance that we provide people. And we want to make sure that we're doing a good job of marketing those and making sure that they're aware of them. So, so the idea is to have this coordinated effort. These could have just as easily come forward as smaller requests of $10,000 or $15,000 from these half a dozen departments. Instead, working together, they wanted to create a comprehensive program so they get efficiencies and economies and a synergy between all these departments about what type of programming. So they're not overlapping programs, they're distinct and they're coordinated and they're going to be coordinated on a quarterly basis throughout the year. So the figure in for that is $100,000. It could be more in the future if this is something that makes sense, and it can be expanded in the future as we hear from residents about other services that they might like to see in terms of health and wellness in the community. This would be the best avenue for that. And you can see on here they have a designed a logo and some swag that they're ready to purchase and move forward with. But again, in terms of the working group, it's Ally Lane, the rec director, working with the Recreation Commission. It's Eileen Bogle, the senior center director, working with the Council on Aging. Kristen Black, the health agent, working with the Board of Health. Brian Griffin from the police department. The fire department's also involved in this as well. You have Mary Ellen Duggan, who's the director of wellness for the Northborough Public Schools. She's involved in this, in the programming aspects. June David Forbes is a family services director, working with the Youth Commission for programs as well. Becca Meekins, the assistant town administrator, is the liaison with the Diversity Inclusion Committee, who's working also, already started working with the Community Affairs, I'm sorry, the Community Affairs Committee. And then you have Jen Brunel, the library director, who is working with and through the Library Board of Trustees. So we have, a half a dozen more boards and committees already involved in working in this process. So the staff conceived of this initiative and they are working through their respective boards and committees to do a comprehensive wellness program for the community. This was presented to you, very well received, I thought, by the board. It also involves, through these various boards and committees, for instance, June David Forbes, the Family Services Director, obviously works closely with the Food Pantry, Community Meals, the Interfaith Clergy Group. Obviously, Mary Ellen works with the PTOs. So all these other groups are being drawn in through these boards and committees for this process. And we have had up for several weeks now a input form. So if people have suggestions about what they'd like to see for programming ideas, you can make those suggestions through the Be Well input form. There is a website. It's linked through the COVID form on the town's main page. And people are encouraged to submit suggestions for potential funding that they would like to see. So Those are the projects that we're conceiving of for this first round of ARPA funding. A good chunk of it is really dealing with the cuts, reductions, and maneuvers that we made with the capital and the OPEB trust funds and some of the programming that was reduced during the pandemic. So those are the things that have been prioritized to be restored. So in terms of the presentation tonight, the ARPA projects and initiatives seek to restore cuts from the prior fiscal years. That's what we're fixated on initially. Using dedicated grants and programs that are available. This is why we haven't had to spend a lot of money on the Board of Health pieces, components of response to the pandemic, because we've been able to use CARES Act money, and we've been able to use grant funding that's available out there. We are following a GFOA best practices, which again, spreading it out over the 2 fiscal years. There are deadlines. The money has to be committed and expended. But the idea is to deal with the lingering issues and shortcomings and cuts that were made during the pandemic. And then the second phase in fiscal 2024 would be dealing with other potential options moving forward. But following GFOA best practice in the town policies, we really do not want to be adding and creating new programs and adding a staffing that we aren't absolutely positive we're going to be able to sustain in subsequent years, because that's a structural deficit. And that's why our town policies specifically limit the amount of one-time revenues going in the operating budget. And then, as I've already said, we have existing long-term strategic plans, the capital improvement plan and the master plan. And those should be the first things that we're looking at in terms of opportunities to fund and deal with, downtown master plans, sidewalk, and walkability. Those are the 2 things that we're focusing on. So this obligates only the first installment from the ARPA funding. So again, I'm just going to come back up to this slide here. And so in this first round, these projects here are being funded with free cash through the capital budget. They're included in the warrant right now. This column are the projects that I just went through and explained how they fit into potential ARPA funding and why they have been brought forward for your consideration. That's what I have. I know the hour is very late, but I'm certainly, through the chair, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, John. I appreciate the level of detail. Obviously, we've had a lot of comments, input about the process and what we should be doing. But I think it's certainly very persuasive that our master plan process, coincidentally aligned with the COVID era, and in many respects was its own extensive public input process to identify what the community wants and what the priorities are, and to be directing some of this money toward those priorities is answering the requests of the community for what they've already said they want to see. So very persuaded by this presentation for each of the items that you touched upon, for the underlying justification and background context to explain why this is a good application of this money to satisfy those.
If I may, through the chair, one other point I just wanted to make is that, one of the things that's being funded, because we had a placeholder in the capital budget, we didn't know what the master plan implementation committee was going to come forward with, but their top priority was the downtown master plan at $150,000. That could have just as easily been funded with ARPA funding, but because that was included and there was a placeholder and it fit, that is included in the capital budget. When that process plays out, I anticipate that there's going to be a number of initiatives and desires that will come out of that relative to the downtown. The second tranche of ARPA funding can in part be used to meet what comes out of that funding process and what comes out of the continued priorities of the downtown master plan. Everything that you heard mentioned during public comment are things that are included in the master plan and could be funded with this with ARPA funding. But again, the purpose, the reason behind what's being proposed is that it shouldn't just be a wish list. There needs to be context. There are immediate needs. The comment was made by somebody who called in that, you know, these are just typical things that we normally fund. Yes, they are typical things that we normally fund that we were unable to fund because of the pandemic. So we need to get back on track with those capital items. And by spending the money on the spending some ARPA money on the fire engine, the DEP, and potentially the Proctor roof, what we're doing is we're freeing up capacity and slots in the six-year capital plan for the other priorities that are coming through in part from the master plan. So things like other downtown initiatives, sidewalks, complete streets, all of those other things that we've heard about. And by the way, somebody mentioned buying electric vehicles. We tried to buy an electric vehicle. We can't. The police chief was authorized, in town meeting authorized him to purchase an electric vehicle, and the wait is so long on them that he could not even do it and went back with a traditional vehicle. So these things are nice in theory, but the practicality is with supply chain issues right now, you can't get your hands on an electric vehicle. So that's the state of that. And I don't know if the chief has dropped off the call already, but that's something that we talked about extensively. So that's kind of the rationale. That's how we came with the projects and the package that we're showing you this evening. And it's based on the six-year capital improvement plan and the master plan implementation committee's votes. So.
Thank you, John.
Yes.
Comments from the board members. Kristen?
Hi, so that was Jean Cahill who said that about the electric vehicle. And she also said some other things that I hadn't heard before, like more solar, or why are there no items with climate responsive capacity? You know, that kind of idea, like, hasn't even been discussed. There are so many ideas that haven't been discussed because it's just been one person. And John, you're great at budgets, but you're doing this all by yourself. And everybody's point was other towns have invited public input, and the Treasury Department was very specific in stating, Marilee, I think, read this, that public input is vital to this process, and that's why the government is giving us this money. Yet we are not inviting public input at all. If we vote for this tonight, we are just saying, nope, you know, okay, you can use that reasoning that, well, the public had something to do with the master plan, so we are doing what the public wants. But that's twisting the facts, definitely, to a large extent. Now, I'm not saying that if we had public input, that we wouldn't end up with funding all the same things, or some of the same things, certainly, because some of them are really great ideas that I personally would love to fund. But it's this idea that, you know, we hardly ever have this many people on our board meetings. We hardly ever get that many emails. People really care about this. And I, for one, am not willing to just say, yeah, sure, we'll do whatever you want and ignore the people who just elected me last spring. I'm not doing that. I'm not okay with that.
Just a comment in terms of, this isn't just me. This is done through the Financial Planning Committee, Appropriations Committee has a hand, Master Plan Implementation Committee, a number of all the departments have been involved in this as well. But I think one of the things is there's also a lot of information and process out there that people just aren't aware of. You know, the comment about solar panels. We spent a good deal of time and energy investigating solar panels on all of our buildings. The high school wound up moving forward with their project, and we did not have a viable project on the town side for a number of reasons. So there's been a lot of work that's done that people just aren't aware of because they're not involved in the process of you know, the work that the boards and committees do. So just a point.
Well, it was mentioned at least 2 previous board meetings that we would like to invite the public, because Julianne brought it up, and at one point she was going to have a motion, and I seconded it, and then you told us we didn't need a motion because you would put it on the agenda for the next meeting. But what she was trying to get us to talk about was get a public hearing on ARPA funding. And I'm speaking for you, Julianne, sorry to mansplain your own point, but that's not what happened. We got a 2-hour presentation from you, which at the end of which I was really exhausted, and I just figured we'd have our own personal input about it later. And that never really happened either, you know, about what we think the ARPA funding should be and which pieces of your proposal seem to be, like, in my opinion, there are some that I definitely 100% agree with, and others that I would like to ask a lot more questions about. And we've never had that opportunity either until tonight. And it's 11:15, and you know, and it's like, we have to vote on this now. So I think that's another piece of this puzzle is, you know, a lot of these people are saying we don't need to vote on this tonight. This is not an issue where if we don't vote on it tonight, we lose some money or something. Am I right
No,
about
the
that?
the only holdup is like the Be Well Northborough. They're ready to go. They vendors lined up, and they've got in order to meet deadlines for some of the programs they want to do, they're looking for a release of money. You also have Rick Leaf's project. They're trying to get that into the state. I don't set the deadlines for when the state decides to run their grant programs. So those are time sensitive potentially. But just 2 points I'd make. One, the final rules for ARPA didn't get finalized until January 6th. And a lot of work in running around that other towns did was completely negated by the fact that the final rules weren't put together yet. And the other piece that I wanted to, the point that I made is that it's important as staff that we frame these issues up for you. And just asking people what they want in a vacuum isn't leadership. Leadership is researching and framing these up to a point where then you can take some input. And so if you want to take input and you want to fund these or you don't want to fund these projects, at least you understand the priorities from the strategic plans that went in behind them, the financial planning and the policies that apply to them, and the rationale for the implications for any decisions that you make regarding these funds for how the town's financial condition is going to play out in terms of creating structural deficits or any of the other things, or creating issues with funding for capital projects and so forth. So you have that now, and it's in your hands.
Is it necessary to fund this entire package tonight in order to get the 2 time-sensitive things funded?
No, the board can do what it likes.
Yeah, so maybe we should do that. Maybe we should vote on pieces of it and not the entire 2 whatever million all tonight without letting anyone even just say anything other than us.
Thank you, Kristen. Julianne?
Well, I'd like to agree with that idea. I think that particularly given the late hour, we could vote on the affordable housing, and I would just like to vote on the whatever initiatives are already in place for the Be Well. I'm not comfortable with just voting on $100,000 where I really don't know specifically where things are. And John, I think you mentioned that, well, we could, vote on particular projects as they come along, that's what I would feel more comfortable doing. Because as I have said, and I'm sorry to keep repeating myself, I was disappointed that there was no resident involvement here. And I do understand your point that the task force does have communication with the town, but I just think that it would have been better if we had had some community input. So community resident input. So my thought is vote on the affordable housing and whatever projects you have queued up, and maybe you have the amounts that they cost, and you know, like for example, the swag and the logo, is there a cost for that already?
Yeah, again, it's a half a dozen department heads with their boards and committees, all citizens inputting on that. Between them, those 6 department heads oversee millions of dollars of programs. The rec director does $500,000 to $600,000 of programs on an annual basis. When you really look at it, you're talking about like $10,000, $15,000 between the departments. The concept here, and the reason why they brought forward the way they did, and they sent you a memo along these lines, is that they want to do it as a coordinated effort between the staff and all the departments and all those boards and committees that already exist. We have vacancies on the Council on Aging. We have vacancies on the library trustees. We have vacancies on half the committees, if not more. If there's plenty of options for people to be involved, but the whole point of doing it the way that is being proposed, Julianne, is so that it's not done piecemeal. So that's done holistically and efficiently with all of those departments working together as one. You know, again, this was their initiative. You know, if board wants, you know, every department to come and ask for $3,000 or $5,000, that you can do that. It's not gonna be a very efficient or effective way to do it, in my opinion. But
other board members, comments? Scott Rogers.
Yeah, I like the idea of identifying time critical items that we can vote on tonight and release those funds, especially if we have elements that need to be done either due to construction schedules or repair schedules, or preparing for the making sure we can close out the warrant for town meeting. So if we want to, you know, go through those items that there is consensus are and move those forward, that'd be great to release that and then come back to other items that need more discussion. I do think in terms of breaking apart the Be Well Northborough, I think we should keep it together because as it is, it'd be too cumbersome to the departments to have to authorize individual program ideas. We trust them to run their programs as it is. We just are funding them to do more of that and do that in a coordinated manner so that we can have a combined community calendar and also have some events that are time critical.
I'm just putting a slide up so everyone can see what we're talking about here. So
can you make it bigger? Can you make it even a little bit bigger than that? Is that possible? I know I can see it, but yeah, a little bit bigger is really nice on my eyes. It's just
trying to keep it all on one screen here.
Right.
So you heard from the superintendent. They have a contractor's line or bid specs ready to roll, and they want to get those repairs going on the roof as soon as possible. So that's one I think is time sensitive. The affordable housing, we need to get that grant application in. I think that's time sensitive. The Assabet fence and the pickleball alternatives, these are projects that are moving forward. You know, I would ask that those be approved. And the Be Well Northborough, I don't know if that initiative is even going to fly or move if it's not going to get done as conceived of as a whole project. And frankly, you know, the staff really is excited. This is the first time during the pandemic I saw staff get really excited about a new initiative and go at it and gung ho about it. And I think it would be unfortunate if that didn't move forward. And then as far as the OPEB, if you guys don't want to put money in the OPEB, that's fine. And the 2 capital projects, we're trying to create capacity in the budget for other stuff. That stuff can wait. So I would respectfully say the Proctor roof, the affordable housing, Assabet, pickleball, and the Be Well, if you're comfortable. And the other ones can wait.
Okay. Thanks, John.
Leslie?
Yeah, wait until when, John?
I don't know, it's up to the board.
Um,
One of the things, I just want to share one other thing, and I know it's late, and I know I've talked a lot, but one of the conversations I've had with our DPW director is the fact that all of this infrastructure money is flowing right now. And one of the difficulties we're going to have is getting contractors and cost escalation for oil and related to paving. And that's why the DPW director said, if we can get a quick release of money, we can engage right now and lock up our paving contractor to start repairing some of the road, the sidewalks that need to be fixed. You know, we're all going to be facing this big crunch. The prices are going to go up. It's going to be the engineering firms and the contractors just aren't, they're going to be more difficult to engage them, and it's going to be more expensive. And that was a thought for bringing that one forward as well. So.
Yeah, I would like to talk more about these next meeting after we conduct our other business, but keep this conversation going, not kick it months down. Yeah, just keep it rolling.
Mm-hmm.
But I definitely concur with your priority list, with what you just listed out, John, in terms of those projects. Those were the ones that were in my mind as the most time critical.
I concur also, except I would feel more comfortable reducing the $100,000 to $50,000 on Be Well. And with there's plenty of money left. And if it goes well, then up it to whatever, the community wants. Would $50,000 be agreeable to the task force, do you think, John?
What they want to do is put together a full comprehensive approach, and to be able to plan out. And in order to plan, you need to know what you've got to work with to plan. And it's an arbitrary number. It's not tied specifically to every event because they don't know everything that they want to do. But the idea is, again, these are our department heads that are responsible for millions of dollars, and every one of them has 6-figure program budgets already. And I'd like to think that we would trust the department heads to manage this, along with the millions of dollars that they already manage on a day-to-day basis. But if you want to reduce it, you can. I'm trying to keep a staff that's, a little bit beaten down and through this pandemic, and excited about doing some things that are going to be fun for them and fun for the community, and breathe some life back into this community. And, I wanted to start off on a good foot and let them get going. And again, I know $100,000 seems like a lot of money. It's 4.5 sounds like a lot of money. This is 2% of the budget, 2% on a $70 million budget. It's, this is the scale that we deal with. But the board can do as it likes.
And let me just chime in here a little bit. And I'm coming from the perspective of late 90s till now, having sat on the Financial Planning Committee for 10 years, now going on 9 years, I guess, for a Board of Selectmen, seeing the effect of the prior practices that were in place in the early 2000s, leading up to the Great Recession. Suddenly free cash wasn't materializing. We faced some very significant financial problems at that time. Revised our financial policies, our practices, particularly with the free cash policy, applying one-time revenues to one-time expenditures, not building in structural deficits to the operational budget, limiting the subsidy of free cash into the operational budget. And those policies have served us extraordinarily well over this last decade, and in particular, served us very, very well through the COVID environment, where we were able and had the flexibility to manage our budget and get through that with what I would consider to be the smallest possible adverse impact. So having said that, I've been listening tonight to people talk about this ARPA money as like windfall or gift or whatever. It's not any of that. It's mitigation. And it's mitigation for the impacts we have had or for the backlog that we have for these kinds of projects. These are the expenditures that put us back to the sound financial footing we've had over the last decade. And I'm very strongly going to argue in favor of this proposal here in all aspects, exactly for that reason. I understand people want to have public input. I understand people have different ideas about what they think they need. Some of those ideas are lacking in information and understanding about what already has been done. And the thing that we need to do here, perhaps with this first tranche, is ensure that we're on the firmest possible financial footing, and we have the reserves in place if needed, if there's a follow-on downturn, to be able to once again flexibly maneuver and ensure that we have the stability that we require going forward. I don't see this ARPA money as being free money, a windfall, a gift, where all the other aspects of our budget are taken care of magically, and this money is something we go off and do special projects or create trophies to ourselves somewhere in the community that we can point at, tangible objects, and say, oh, look, I did that. There's some serious financial implications here, and we need to address them.
Yeah, Jason, I was sensing that the discussions, if we try to go through all of them tonight, would be exhausting for folks. I'm right there with you in terms of the importance of these. If we don't vote for all of these tonight, I'll be one to vote for the rest of them our next meeting. So I'm 100% with what the need is. It just sounds like it was sounding to me we needed to bring other folks up to speed. I mean, I've been working on this since mid-September, right? And diligently since December on all these aspects. So I guess I've internalized, I know what the need is, but other folks aren't there yet. And so I understand that folks don't have all the information or haven't seen how all these projects come from the residents that are part of the boards, committees, and commissions that work with our town departments. So I guess I'm ahead of everybody. I'm with town staff in our department, but I guess everybody else isn't there yet. And so a vote tonight, if we can get some of the critical items released, great, but then I want to bring these up again in 2 weeks because we need them all.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Leslie.
Yeah, okay. First of all, I feel that the be well should be kept at 100. I have no problem with that. And I understand, Jason, what you are saying, for sure. But I think that, as comfortable as some of us might be with these items, we need to recognize the fact that residents do want to be involved and feel that they've been given the opportunity to have some input. So we do need to address that, even though we know what we know. There are a lot of people who want to feel that they've had the chance to put a word in. So I would be comfortable if we do have the quote unquote luxury of time, voting for the things that we feel really need to get voted on now. And then the remaining items discuss at our next meeting, but also allow public comment at that same time under that agenda item. so that people don't have to wait for public comment. It doesn't matter whether public comment comes before or after. People can call in during that and give their input in terms of, let's say, the fire engine replacement and things like that. And then we have another discussion. So if we have the luxury of time to do that and defer that to the next meeting, I would be in favor of that, as long as people realize that they have the opportunity to call in at that time.
Anything else, Kristen?
Yeah, I just add, I think that sounds great. And I like what Leslie and Scott said. And I also think the 100,000 for Be Well is a good amount.
Okay.
I'd like to comment on, Jason, what you just said, and that's that that we have all the information, but I tend to I question, and I have asked many times to have the facilities manager come and talk to us about the condition of our buildings, and that's maybe an option of what we can use ARPA money for, but we have no information about that. The other thing we have no information about is economic development and how the pandemic affected our small businesses. So, I mean, unless that information is out there somewhere and you could provide it to us, because, these are other aspects of living in this town that are important and that may have really been affected by COVID. But one question I do have to ask before we move on is the repairs that are required on the fire engine that needs to be replaced. How much are those repairs? And will that engine last another year or two if we postpone this vote or, do something else?
You can, the fire engine needs to be replaced on a 20-year cycle. So that's how long they last. And so it is approaching that 20 years. It does need about $30,000 worth of repairs, which doesn't make sense to invest in when it was already due up at the end of its useful life. It's like having a car. You drive the car for typically they last 10, 12 years, if you're like me, and you keep it going, but it gets to a point where it's not worth investing. And this, unlike my car, where if I break down, it's fine. Your house is on fire. You don't obviously want a public safety vehicle breaking down. So that fire engine will be replaced. The question is whether or not you pay cash for it and create capacity down the line for other projects to be named, or in 2 years, there'll be a proposal along with the fire station project at the same time to replace the engine. Those apparatus are all, they need to be replaced every 20 years. It's just, pushing them a year or two, depending on the nature of them. Yeah, you can, just like your own car, you can put money and it just becomes more risky, whether or not it's going to be reliable. When it comes to, public safety equipment, it has a known useful life, and, you want to replace it. We do that with all of our equipment, but, it's not a, you can postpone capital until you can't postpone it anymore, and it'll cost you. But so, I'm not telling you the thing it can't function, but it's on a 20-year replacement. It's ready to be replaced, but it's having some difficulties. Like every car, I've got one car I drive for 12 years, never had a problem. I had another one at 9 years. I had to get rid of it because it's falling apart. It's just kind of the nature of it sometimes.
So the fire engine will function with, when you're looking at an $800,000 vehicle, $30,000 is not that much. So it's not that we're jeopardizing anything by postponing this.
Well, yes, you're jeopardizing the reliability of the equipment. You are. I mean, you'll make repairs, but then you could also, I don't know if the next thing that goes on that thing is going to be $100,000 worth of repairs. It's 20 years old, or will be 20 years old. And so it's at the end of its useful life. And anybody who's ever keeps an old car knows, you always keep it just a little too long. At least I do. And then, the repairs are cost more than the vehicle is worth. You know, and that's the other thing. The bottom line is that engine is going to be, it's going to go to town meeting for a replacement, either as being financed with debt or paying cash for it, because it needs to be replaced. You know, whether or not you choose, you know, if you push it off or you vote against it for a year or two, that's fine, but it doesn't go away. And if it breaks, the cost to fix it, it's just the nature of equipment. It's just, it escalates. There's no guarantees. So it's not, the whole idea is like, we don't wait for things to break and then say, the fire engine's broke, guess what? You have no choice. You have to replace it. The idea is we say, this is how long it's useful for. It goes in the plan and it moves up every year. And now it's ready to be replaced. And if you choose not to replace it, all we can do is tell you the risks are it will break down, or that the repairs could be more than the value of the vehicle. And you could find yourself throwing good money after bad. And then 2 years later, after you put tens of thousands of dollars in, you have to buy a new one anyway. So that's
is this vehicle that badly needs repairs? This is offline now? It's not functioning now?
No, it's been reviewed by and again, the fire chief can speak to this better than I, but it's been reviewed by the mechanic, and the pumps and everything have to be certified. And basically he's identified this as it needs all new pumps and work that to the tune of about $30,000. So, you know, it's still working now, but again, it's like an old car that needs a lot of work. Will it get you to work tomorrow? Yeah, probably, but at some point it's going to break down. And again, these are public safety vehicles, you know, they need to be reliable. So, but again, that it's going to be whether or not you choose to use ARPA funding and do pay as you go or not is irrelevant from the fact that that vehicle is going to need to be replaced within the next year or so.
And even if we kept it on schedule and however we pay for it, these repairs need to be done immediately, is what you're saying.
The repairs will need to be done. If it's not replaced in this cycle, we'll need to figure out how we're going to do those repairs. Yeah.
Well, let's just say we approve this vehicle tonight, hypothetically,
Yeah.
You could go tomorrow and replace it?
No, that's the other issue that we're finding, is that the lead time on these vehicles can be well over a year, especially for fire apparatus. Just the cruisers and the equipment that was authorized at town meeting last year was ordered immediately after town meeting, and we still haven't received it. So there's a big backlog. And so that's the other thing, is the lead time on this stuff is significant. So, you know, if you wait till the last minute and be like, okay, I'm ready to buy a new car, it might not be a new car that you're going to be able to get, or a new engine anytime soon. So authorizing it earlier, getting it in the pipeline, it just smooths everything, ensures that we have the vehicles on hand that we need.
So we do have to do the repairs now regardless, because even if we vote on it, that vehicle might be a year from now where
My understanding, and Chief, if you're still awake, I don't want to put him on the spot. He may have dozed off.
Not fair. You're gonna make me think all of a sudden.
Sorry. These are repairs that are needed soon.
So what happened is our pump technician, every year we have our pump serviced and tested. A pump technician came in and said, they passed this year. I cannot guarantee the next time you go out to a fire that they won't. So the pump could fail next time we go out. We do not. The problem is, just like with an old house, when you start pulling things apart, when you have a 20-year-old truck and you drop a pump to start replacing it, you go from 20,000 to 30,000 to 35,000 to 40,000 real quick. And once that pump is dropped, that truck's out of service.
But I'm still not.
We are playing. So right now we are playing Russian roulette with a truck. Okay. Engine one's pump is not working.
So we have to repair it anyway, right?
No, it is not necessarily today. If we order the truck and we want to take the chance of that truck holding up for a year, than what we currently have, I'm not willing to put $30,000 into a truck that I'm going to replace in 2 years. makes no sense at all. It's a waste of taxpayers' money to put $30,000 into a truck we're going to get rid of. Regardless, that truck's going away in 2024. Could it take a year? Sure, could take a year for us to get a new one, no question. Could that truck break down tomorrow when it goes to a car tonight? Yeah, it can. No question that could happen. I just have a really hard time throwing that kind of money into a truck that I'm going to replace. Makes no sense. One of my jobs when I was hired was to watch out for the people's money, and that's what I'm trying to do, and that's what I presented to the town administrator.
I think one of some of the confusion here is I don't want people to think that this just came out of nowhere.
No, not at
and
all.
It's in the plan and was on deck next year to be funded next year, no matter what. And so the idea is if we can move it up, then that's $800,000 out of the capital budget next year for other things. It frees up the capacity of the capital plan to do other things like sidewalks and walkability and all the other stuff that we're talking about, including, again, downtown. We're going to have a downtown master plan. There's going to be projects and funding requests that are going to come out of that. And none of this stuff goes away. So the idea is you take care of the stuff that you can when you can, keeping capacity and space to do the other projects that come down the pike. But this was in the plot. This was in the plan and to be funded. So
correct. It's nothing new. It's been in the plan for 6 years since I've been here.
Yeah. So, but it doesn't need to be decided tonight. And it doesn't, and if the board doesn't release the money, it'll get funded through, assuming town meeting approves it, through debt. That's the only alternative. So.
Leslie.
To me, this is a perfect juncture to continue this discussion. Next meeting, vote tonight if we feel there's some things that need to be voted on that we all agree that it's, imperative to do. And then this is a great discussion to have when everyone's a little fresher at the next meeting. Have people call in if they would like, if they have specific questions, so that we can give people better understanding what some of these items are. I think all these comments that everybody's made are very important. It just seems sort of, I don't know, productive. It's almost midnight. I mean, I just feel like we should continue this and when everybody's feeling a little bit more vibrant. How's that sound? And people will be awake and they can call in.
Does anyone want to select a subset of these items to act upon tonight?
Oh, I do. Can I pick them?
Kristen?
All right, I'm going to try and remember what John suggested. And I think it was the Proctor School roof, right?
Yep.
Affordable housing is time sensitive also. The $100,000 for that. And then Be Well Northborough, because your staff wants to get going.
Yep.
And then I think you were also just tossing in the Assabet fence and the pickleball alternates, because both of them are.
They're currently,
You
they're
probably wanna
currently
get
in
going
bid.
on those
We need to
too.
lock up the contractors on.
Right, lock up the contractors, right? So it's those.
Yep.
5 things.
Yep.
Do we have the same consideration regarding contractors, et cetera, with the sidewalk master plan phase 1? I know that's a big ticket item, but
It is, but can it wait 2 weeks so we can ask more questions? Because it's just a lot of money.
Sure.
Thanks. Because I have questions about some of these other things.
I agree with that list. I think we should do a motion. I think that's
somebody.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready for a motion. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Scott Rogers.
I move we vote to release ARPA funding for the following items. Proctor School roof drain repairs for $38,000, affordable housing for $100,000, Assabet fence for $20,000, pickleball alternates for $18,000, and Be Well Northborough for $100,000.
Second that motion.
Moved by Scott Rogers, seconded by Leslie Rattan. Any further discussion? I'll take that as a no. This is a roll call vote. Kristen Wickstead.
Aye.
Julianne Hirsch.
Aye.
Scott Rogers.
Aye.
Leslie Rattan.
Aye.
And I, Jason Pro, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. I do appreciate that consideration. Those do need to move forward. I appreciate that. Thank you. The staff appreciates it.
Great.
Next item, review and close town meeting draft warrant.
It's
John,
gonna
is
be-
there anything in detail that needs to be considered?
No, I just want you to know that based on your vote tonight, just now, we're going to delete the $20,000 fencing from the warrant. We are going to, I want to draw your attention, which you already know, there's a citizens petition that's been added for the Brave Act. It doesn't matter if you discuss it or not, it's on there. It has to be on there exactly as it's written legally, so you can discuss it at a subsequent meeting. And then the school, Algonquin Regional High School has requested a capital item be placed on there for a boiler replacement that would be shared through the regional school agreement. So that will be placed on there as part of the capital budgets. It's not going to be as out of the town's capital budget. It'll be, they're proposing this project, and then it will be, they'll issue debt, and it'll just, in accordance with the regional agreement, flow through our annual assessment. It won't impact our fiscal 2023 assessment, though. So those are the only changes that I'd anticipate. And otherwise, again, tonight, you're closing the warrant. We'll work with town council, the planning board members to finalize the balance of the articles.
Yeah, John, you had the combination of 39 and 40 into a single.
Yep.
Got it.
So you're just voting to
Okay.
close the warrant.
With that said, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to close the April 2022 town meeting warrant as described.
Second.
Moved by Scott Rogers, seconded by Leslie Rattan. This is a roll call vote. Kristen Wickstead,
Aye.
Julianne Hirsch,
Aye.
Scott Rogers.
Aye.
Leslie Rattan,
Aye.
and I, Jason Pro, vote aye. Carries unanimously. The warrant is closed. So John, would there be any other business to come before?
Just
the
have a
committee this
half an
evening?
hour presentation I was holding out on for the end.
Thank you all very much for your diligence and patience, and in my case, lack of patience perhaps, but appreciate all the work by everyone involved. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
I had a motion by Kristen Wickstead, and I heard a first second, so to speak, by Scott Rogers. This is a roll call vote. Kristen Wickstead,
Aye.
Julianne Hirsch,
Aye.
Scott Rogers,
Aye.
Leslie Rattan,
Aye.
and I, Jason Pro, vote aye. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank
Night.
you. Take care, everyone.